who we are. Please lend me your ears and who we are. What is there is that a short story of occupational health and safety is this. A man in the UK has established a zoo, and this zoo that is a lion beside. So he now made an advert where each and every one of them who is willing to know how to prevent himself, take care of his safety, and in all times decided to now say he's coming through. So he placed the gates entrance to be 5,000. They paid, and they get there, and believe they were all taught on how to take care of themselves. The same man came to Nigeria. The same man came to Nigeria and established a zoo the same. He places it at 300, nobody came there. He reduced it to 200, nobody also interested, they didn't come. To 100, nowhere. But at the end of it, in Nigeria setting, he now make it free. Within 2 days, within 1 hour, within the shortest possible time, the whole space has been filled up. When it is there, he quietly went inside and locked it. He now said, when he locked the gate, he therefore went and then, unveiled where the lion is. Each one of them looked and said, what's wrong? The man now said, the exit here is 5,000. Therefore, in fact, they were eager to pay the exit quietly, and that's how it was. So this moral on it is this. We in operational safety, moral lesson. One, we should avoid what is free. Free doesn't pay. Two, we should also be anxious for ourselves to make sure that any event that is what the indicators, awareness is there. Let us get there. So that is the OSHA Association. So therefore, finally, the OSHA Association is an international organization, registered in the UK and in Wales. In Nigeria here, it was given 2011, and here we are today with the aim and objective of what? Its aim is to create awareness, motivation to work, take risk, and then analyze it before anything. So globally, we are here. So safety, we are here. Thank you very much.
Please, if you don't clap very well, you will pay 5,000 for exit. You don't want to pay 5,000 for exit. Okay, that's because we've already paid for entry. Please put your hands together for yourselves for being here. Clap for yourselves again. You're not clapping for yourself, oh. If you can't clap for yourself, please clap for me. I need clap. Thank you very much, our regional administrator. To cap up all he has said, it is not just enough to hear about Occupational Safety and Health Association. We are advocating that you should be a member of Occupational Safety and Health Association because there are numerous benefits to it. I know some persons, when they came at their registration desk, they were hearing, are you going to be an inductee? Are you already an inductee? And to them, what is going on here? My ministry just sent me to come and attend. Yes, that's the case. Whenever you attend the next event, you become an inductee. So clap for all the prospective inductees. Thank you. There are so much benefits to being a member of Occupational Safety and Health Association, other than the fact that you have to add the acronyms, either FOSHA, MOSHA, MOSHA, whatever category to your name. There are so many benefits. You can partake in our international trips, in any of our conferences, just like you're here today. I will say it openly, those are our members already. They came here at a discounted price from every other person that just came as a delegate. So that's one of the benefits. You get to attend our monthly meetings and you get loaded trainings for free with certifications. There are a whole lot of benefits I cannot account in here now. So before you leave today, meet those persons at the registration desk, ask them, how can I be a member? You can be an individual member or a corporate member. So we have corporate membership and individual membership, and there are different categories to these members. So put your hands together for OSHA again. At this point, we're going to take a few goodwill messages before we take our first presentation while we're waiting the arrival of our regional president, who is already on his way. So we're going to take goodwill messages, and to start, I'm going to call on Dr. Dalhatu Mohammed Ahmed. He's the Chairman, Council of Fellows. Please put your hands together for him as he takes the trail on the goodwill messages. Please clap for him very well. He's the Chairman, Council of Fellows. Please clap for him again.
Honorable Minister of FCT, other very important delegations from ministries and parastatals of federal government, our regional president in absentia is actually in town, came with the last flight from Lagos. Very soon he'll be with us here. Our chairman, Skill Council, Dr. Magaji. Fellows of our dear organization, members, invited, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my pleasure to be here again this morning.
Carry one table for me. Table.
Partly to say a word in form of goodwill message on behalf of our regional president, and to also appreciate everyone for their participation, and to thank the Almighty Allah who has given us the opportunity to be here. Fundamentally speaking, this is our 13th annual conference, FOSHA in Nigerian region. I've come a very long way for almost 13 years. We've been doing and operating the same thing, that is safe. If it were just a subject that is so easy, please, everybody would have been bored up and say it's okay by that. But looking at the significance of the topic or the program safety, which has to do with our critical existence as human beings, not only in Nigeria, but globally. That is why we find it very important to continue to preach and preach and preach till we make a significant impact in our lives. So it is not just a program that we just gather and take a coffee and dispatch. A program that we want to impact on our consciousness about safety in improving lives and saving lives, because that has been the fundamentals of existence. If you are not safe, then you have no anything to talk about. Safety is very critical as far as our existence goes. In the Nigerian region, Occupational Safety and Health Organization has done a lot in raising the consciousness about safety of our people and creating the impact, but not only at the individual levels, but even at the organizational levels. And we want to specifically thank our stakeholders for their various contributions in making so many programs, which are very important. And also to appreciate our new branded regional administrator in the person of Dr. Mohammed for organizing this conference, our former regional administrator, Dr. Walaka, who is now Executive Director for Africa and the Middle East. I want to appreciate him so in absentia. He is now in Dubai attending a similar conference. Maybe hopefully you'll be joining us on this journey. Before our regional president comes in, we want to thank everybody for his patience and also appreciate you for the time you have created. Wish you a wonderful stay during the conference. So you have the opportunity. Wish you a safe departure. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, our Chairman, Council of Fellows, Occupational Safety and Health Association. We're going to take another goodwill message from our international executive directors. But before I do that, I just want to recognize a few persons here. There's so many agencies here. Once I have the full list, I'm going to recognize all the agencies seated here. But first of all, I want to recognize the presence of the representative of the Honorable Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, Benedicta Biokoro. Please, if you're there, be on your feet, just wave to us. Please put your hands together for the Honorable Minister of Niger Delta Affairs. I also have here the representative of the Honorable Minister of Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology. If you're here, okay. I also have the representative of the Honorable Minister, Ministry of Solid Minerals, Mrs. Ijoma Edika. Please put your hands together for her. Okay, once I have the full list, I'm going to call on other persons. I also want to recognize the Acting Director, FCT Fire Service Engineer, Debayo Zakiot Abiola. Please put your hands together for him. I think he came here with his team. Please appreciate them. Thank you. At this point, I want to call on Ma'am Else Williams for her goodwill message, please.
Thank you so very much, Madam. I hope you can hear me well. Okay, I think somebody was unmuted. Welcome everybody to the 13th Safety and Health Conference. International Safety and Health Conference. I'm so glad that you are here with so many people following the conference. The theme of this year, for whom doesn't know me yet, I'm a big person concerning seeing patterns and applying those patterns in all the fields of our lives. So that's the same thing with safety and health. You can apply it at home, at work, in the world, in your country. You can apply it everywhere. So the theme of this day is accelerating safety and health in order to improve productivity, which is a very important thing, a very important point to convince your management in the management of a company or the government of a country even to invest in safety and health of the people that are in it. So one of the ways that they do that, for example, is making it, because improving productivity then becomes a goal, and to get to a goal you map out steps that you should take to get to that goal. And one of the things is to one of the techniques is to make sure that one of those steps you consider the domino stone that will set every other step in motion, you know, the physics game where the blocks fall. That is actually what this is about. How can we accelerate health and safety systems to improve productivity? So I'm immediately going to give you an example, because I want your mind to be sparked today, and it will be sparked many, many times, but I'm doing it with an example because visualization, getting something in your head, is much easier to understand than just the theory of it all. So most of my career I worked in automotive, in the automotive industry, and one of those things is cleaning up, for example. That could be the main domino block that sets everything else in motion. And I will explain it. If you clean up your workshop, because this not only goes for a garage or a workshop, this goes for everywhere. If you clean up, people will have a nicer environment. Nobody will lose time. to find things, because everything will be in its place. Everything has a dedicated place, and if you need something, you can go there and get it and not look for it for 2 hours. So it will save time and boost productivity. The environment will be healthier, because you will have room to clean it, to make it dust free, to limit biological agents and so on, and people that work there will feel more appreciated, have a nicer environment, so it's much more comfortable to work in, more pleasant to go to when you leave in the morning to go to work, and they will feel more valued because you have invested as a company in their safety and health. A happy worker is a good worker, so productivity will go up. This means on several levels that one thing you did will accelerate productivity, will improve also health and safety, so it will benefit all. And therefore, I also want to take my time now to thank you all. Thank you to the lady MC today. I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. We didn't have the volume from the beginning. Thank you so much. I completely agree with you. All these people that are attending this conference, you are proving that you want to be that main domino block that sets everything in motion. So I wish you a very enjoyable conference with a lot of takeaways, so you can make a ripple in your environment and be those leaders that we want you all to be. Maintain it, keep learning, keep growing, and you have my support and also the support of everybody in our association, because we are a big family. Thank you very much for being here, and I hope you do clap for yourself, because I am. Thank you very much. Enjoy.
I also want to appreciate Bello Abdul Hakim, representing Professor Idris, the Executive Director, MBT. Is he here? Oh, please wave to us. Please put your hands together for him. You're welcome, sir. At this point, I want to call on the representative of the Ministry of Solid Minerals for the minister's speech that he had prepared for this meeting. Please, madam, you just be brief with that. Please put your hands together as she takes the minister's speech. Please clap for somebody representing the ministry in the capacity of the minister. Thank you very much.
Please permit me to stand on the already established protocol here so that we save time. My name is Mrs. Ijeoma Ediba, the Director APD, the Ministry of Solid Minerals. I've been sent here to represent the Minister, Honorable Minister of Solid Minerals, who is unavoidably absent because he had to attend to another engagement somewhere. So I'm going to read his speech the way he prepared it, straight up. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to stand before you today at the 13th International Safety Conference. I also extend my gratitude to the organizers for inviting me to speak on this important occasion. The theme of this year's conference, Accelerating Safety and Health Management to Improve Productivity in the Workplace, is highly relevant in today's world and in line with the 2022 revised public service rules. The mining industry in particular is one that poses significant risk to the safety and well-being of its workers. It is therefore critical to place high premium to safety to ensure the protection and overall welfare of our workforce in this sector. As the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, it is my responsibility to ensure that our mineral resources are extracted and processed in a safe and sustainable manner. We cannot afford to compromise on safety measures and protocols, since the lives and livelihoods of our workers depend on the implementation of robust safety and health management systems. Improving productivity in the workplace will enhance the safety of our workers. As employees feel safe and secure in their working environments, they are more likely to perform at their best. It is our responsibility to provide them with the necessary tools, training, and support to carry out their tasks effectively and efficiently. To accelerate safety and health management, we must invest in advanced technologies and innovation. Artificial intelligence, automation, and digitization have the potential to revolutionize the mining industry and enhance safety outcomes. By utilizing these technologies, we can achieve higher levels of productivity while minimizing the risks associated with manual labor. However, technology alone is not enough. We need a comprehensive approach that combines technological advancements with rigorous training, education, and enforcement of safety regulations. It is imperative that all stakeholders, including mining companies, government agencies, and labor unions, work together to create a culture of safety in the workplace. Additionally, we must promote research and development in safety and health management. Investing in scientific studies and data analysis will enable us to better understand the root causes of accidents and develop effective preventive measures. By staying at the forefront of knowledge and continuously improving our safety systems, we can ensure that our workers are protected from harm. In conclusion, I stand before you today with a firm commitment to accelerating safety and health management in the mining sector. Together, we can create a workplace that is safe, productive, and sustainable. Let us seize this opportunity to share our experiences, exchange best practices, and chart a path towards a safer future for all those working in the solid minerals industry and other sectors, respectively. I wish you all a successful conference and a safe journey back to your respective destinations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for that wonderful speech. For me, it's more like a charge. Thank you very much. We appreciate the minister for that speech. I also want to call on Mrs. Habiba Abdulrahman, representing the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology, for the minister's speech. Please put your hands together for her as she comes forward for that speech. People don't clap, I will bring good exercise that we all do. Thank you. Thank you.
Stand on the existing protocol. My name is Habiba Abdulrahman from Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. I'm DD, overseeing Director Health and Biomedical Science Department, as well as the Desk Officer, Professional Safety and Health of the Ministry. I'm here to represent the Minister, who is unavoidably absent because of tight schedule. And I will read his speech. I start. I am delighted to be invited to this auspicious event with a theme accelerating safety and health management to improve productivity in the workplace. Today, we find ourselves in an era of tremendous progress and innovation, where cutting-edge technologies and groundbreaking strategies have revolutionized every aspect of our lives. However, with progress comes a responsibility and ensure a secure and healthy environment for all individuals, particularly in our workplace. Safety and health management should be a priority for every organization, regardless of its size or industry. It is not just a moral obligation, but also a driver of productivity and success. When employees feel safe and secure in their work environment, it fosters a sense of trust and commitment. Such an environment allows them to focus on their tasks, unleashing their full potential and actively contributing to the organizational goals. By accelerating safety and health management, we create a workplace culture that values the well-being of employees. It goes beyond just complying with legal regulations or establishing safety protocols. It involves actively promoting a mindset that prioritizes the safety and health of every individual. It is about fostering a collaborative approach where management and employees work in tandem to identify potential hazards, mitigate risks, and promote well-being. When we invest in safety and health management, we reap the reward of increased productivity. Employees who feel valued and protected are more likely to be engaged, motivated, and loyal. They experience fewer injuries and illness, resulting in reduced absenteeism and downtime in the workplace. Moreover, a safe and healthy work environment leads to higher employee morale, improved job satisfaction, and enhanced teamwork, ultimately resulting in elevated productivity level. To achieve this, organizations must prioritize training and awareness programs on safety protocols and best practice. Regular and comprehensive training ensures that employees are equipped with knowledge and skills necessary to identify potential risks and take appropriate preventive measures. Additionally, organizations should encourage open communication channels where employees feel comfortable reporting safe concern, incidents, and near miss with fear of retribution. This allows for swift intervention to rectify any issues and prevent further occurrence. Furthermore, embracing technology and innovation can play a vital role in accelerating safety and health management. Organizations should invest in state-of-the-art equipment, machinery, and technologies to reduce risks and enhance workplace safety. For instance, utilizing wearable devices and sensors-driven technologies can provide a real-time data on employees' physical well-being, allowing for early detection of health issues or fatigue. Similarly, automation can be deployed to handle hazardous tasks, minimizing the potential for human error. Collaboration between organizations, industry bodies, and regulatory agencies is also crucial in accelerating safety and health management. Sharing best practice, experiences, and lessons can lead to the development of more effective strategies. Industrial-wide initiatives such as benchmarking, self-performance, and setting common safety standards encourage healthy competition and drive continuous improvement. In conclusion, accelerating safety and health management in the workplace is not an option, but a necessity that benefits everyone involved. It is a catalyst for increased productivity, enhance employee engagement, and improve overall well-being. By prioritizing promotion of a safe and healthy work environment, organizations not only fulfill their moral obligations, but also secure their long-term success. Let us therefore commit ourselves to continuous accelerating safety and healthy management in our workplace, fostering a culture of care and creating a brighter and more productive future for all. I wish us successful celebration. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I want to recognize some of the agencies here. I might not mention your agency. Once I get your list, I'll do that. Representatives from NOSRA, if you are here, please just be on your feet and wait for the house. Representatives from NOSRA, okay. I can see their hands at the back. Okay, representatives from NNPC, please clap for them as they do that. Representatives from MPTE, please clap for them. FIROS, representatives from ITF good, please clap for them. Representatives from Foreign, please clap for them. From Jantadka and Saway, from MBS, from NTI, from Dynatrack, SFAM Bene, OGFZA. Please put your hands together for all the representatives that I've mentioned. If I don't mention you, please put your hands together for yourselves. Okay, I want to just quickly acknowledge some of the directors from Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority. I have Engineer Olusegun. He's the Director of Airworthiness Standards. Please put your hands together for him. Is he here? Director, please wait. Thank you very much, sir. Captain Chris Ona, Director of Consumer Protection and Corporate Affairs, NCA. Please put your hands together for him. Air Commodore Hambali, Director of Aviation Security. Please put your hands together for him. Mrs. Rabbi Mohammed, Director of Corporate Services, NCA. Please put your hands together for her. Mary Tufano Eche, Board Secretary and Legal Advisor, NCA. Please put your hands together for her. Okay, I think I'm going to take the last speech for the ministers. That will be for the Minister of Sports, represented by Kabiru Yusuf. Please just give us the minister's speech and please try to be brief with it so that we can run with other activities for this conference. Thank you. Please put your hands together for him, representing the Minister of Sports.
All protocol. My name is Kabiru Yusuf, representing the Honorable Minister of Sport. I'm his SA on policy matters. So I'm going to read his speech directly. Yeah, I read. I'm delighted to be here today to discuss the important topic of accelerating safety and health management to improve productivity in our workplaces. As the Minister of Sport Development, I'm acutely aware of the importance of creating safety and healthy work environment for our athletes, coaches, and supporting staff in general. In recent years, we have seen a growing awareness of the importance of workplace safety and health, not just in Nigeria, but around the world. This is a positive development, as it means that more and more employees are taking steps to protect their workers from harm and to promote their well-being. However, there is still much work to be done. Too many workers are still being injured or falling ill as a result of work. And this has a negative impact, not just on their own lives, but on the productivity and competitiveness of their employers. That is why I believe that we need to accelerate our effort to improve safety and health management in the workplace. This means investing in training and education to workers and employers alike, as well as in the development of new technologies and best practices that can help to reduce risks and improve outcomes.
It is worthy to note that the Ministry of Sport Development prioritizes the safety and well-being of athletes and officials in any sport event to ensure prompt medical attention in case of unforeseen incidents. The sport arenas typically have provision for medical personnel to be on standby during the competition. These medical professionals are equipped to handle various health emergencies that may arise during the event. To further address health issues related to the athlete and official, many sport federations established dedicated medical committees. These committees are responsible for overseeing the medical aspect of the sport, including the health and welfare of participants. They play a vital role in implementing and enforcing medical protocols, ensuring the athletes receive appropriate medical care, developing guidelines for injury prevention, and managing any health-related concern at both the individual and organizational levels. The provision of medical personnel and the establishment of medical committees within the sport federation are critical measures to safeguard the health and well-being of both athletes and officials in sport events. This initiative demonstrates a commitment to prioritize the players' safety and ensuring that appropriate medical resources and expertise are readily available when needed. As the Ministry of Sport already engaged on the safety of its staff, it is also important working together across the sectors and industries to share knowledge and expertise to develop common standards and guidelines for working safety and health. I am confident that by working together in this way, we can create a safer, healthier, and more productive workplace. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, here are some effective methods that, if implemented correctly, can help us attain our goals. One, to establish a comprehensive safety program. Two, to implement regular workplace inspection is another essential component in robust safety program. Three, to develop a culture of safety within the workplace is fundamental in creating a safer environment. Four, it is essential to regularly review and update safety policies and procedures to ensure alignment with industry best practices and regulatory requirements. Five, monitoring and analyzing safety data, including incident report and near-miss incident, is crucial for identifying trends, areas for improvement. In conclusion, by implementing and adhering to a comprehensive safety program, organizations can create a safer working environment, reduce the number of accidents and injuries, and ultimately improve productivity. A safer and healthy workplace is more engaged, motivated, and focused, leading to increased efficiency and better overall performance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, representative of the Minister of Youth, of Sports, rather. Okay, I just want to make a quick announcement. We have some books on display for sale. We have Ebube, the Safety Boy, by our safety ambassador, Zara Walaka. She's an 8-year-old author of safety books. You can buy this for your children, it's 1,000 naira. We have another of her edition, 17 basic safety tips every child must know. It's 1,000 naira. We also have essentials and best practices in health safety and environment, a practical guide for every individual to control hazards at workplaces and homes, written by our safety minister, Engineer Dr. Emmanuel Uwalaka. And we also have fundamentals of workplace safety and health, written by Professor Comfort Etuk and Dr. Nathaniel. They are both fellows of Occupational Safety and Health Association. This is for 5K, 5,000 naira. Please, once you go out there, you can get any of these books. Ensure you get one for yourself and one for the kids at home. I want to call on Engineer Adebayo Zakios, the Acting Director, FCT Fire Service, for a brief goodwill message. Please put your hands together for him as he comes for that goodwill message. After now, we'll go into presentations. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, FCT, other ministers here by represented, all protocols duly observed. Permit me to add my goodwill message to all the messages that have been given this here today, both from Williams, UK, and all other ministers represented here today. All are pointing to us what are our roles as employees and employers. We all have a role to play in accelerating safety and health management system to improve productivity in the workplace. Creating a culture of safety within our workplace is essential, as it serves as the foundation for unleashing the full potential of productivity. By prioritizing and accelerating the implementation of our safety and health management system, we go beyond mere concern for well-being. This becomes a deliberate and strategic investment in enhancing the overall efficiency of our collective efforts. In envisioning our workplace, safety, productivity are not opposing forces, but partners working in harmony. The commitment to safety is not merely a checklist item, but a fundamental aspect that propels us forward. Picture a scenario where safety measures seamlessly align with our daily operations, creating an environment where employees can work confidently and productively. Fire safety consciousness, for instance, enhances productivity if duly adhered to. So, to a workplace where safety isn't a hindrance but a catalyst for progress, let us be safe and secure and maintain a productive culture where every step we take is grounded in a commitment to the well-being of our teams and efficiency of our endeavors. What are you doing to contribute to the safety of your environment in the community where you are staying? You have a role to play. I have a role to play. I want to seize this opportunity to let everybody know the emergency number of FCT Power Service, which is this. If you have it, you are playing a good role in community. Because when you see emergency, you call it on time. It is 09-290-6118. Please put it on your phone or you write it down. If you are within the FCT and its environs, have this number on your phone or you write it down in your diary. 09-290-6118. When you know this and you call this number anytime there is any emergency, you are playing a big role in accelerating safety and health management to improve productivity in the workplace, in the environment you find yourself. Permit me here to give a chair to my association, which is ushers, of which I am a fellow. I will humbly request all of us to stand up and give an happy cheer to our usher association, because they are performing a big role. They are in front line when we talk of safety, health, and environment. Please let all us be upturned and give cheers to a workplace where safety and productive. Let's give happy cheers. Cheers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I might want to plead with us to remain standing as we make welcome the Regional President, Occupational Safety and Health Association, UK Nigerian Region, His Royal Highness, Dr. Ambassador Olusegun Aderemi. Please, let's be on our feet as we make welcome our Regional President. Thank you. Please, let's all be on
Association is here for you. Occupational safety, occupational safety, Health Association is here for you. Safety as our mission. We are the vanguard. We are the vanguard. We are the vanguard, providing the world with safety as our mission. It is time to spread this consciousness. It is time to spread this consciousness. That safety education is wealth. That safety education is life. That safety rules the world. Occupational safety. Occupational safety, Health Association is here for you. Our motto is promoting safety.
he will be up. I want to call on the first speaker for his presentation on the theme, Accelerating Health and Safety Management Systems by Establishing and Maintaining Positive Safety Culture. And to take this presentation is the Chairman, National Safety Advocacy Project, Professor Rabiu Magaji. Please put your hands together for him as he takes us in this presentation. And please ensure you are writing, because he's a professor, so he's going to take us through academics. Please put your hands together for him.
That have already been established. It's good that she has given us an overview, because what I'm going to be presenting today is something that I think will give us the general overview of the theme of the conference. And also at the same time, when one of our foreign speakers was talking, giving the goodwill message, he talked about the issue of safety culture. And what I want us to do today, and what I'm going to be presenting, is something that will be interactive. And I want us to make sure that we interact, we take notes, because safety culture in the beginning. Whatever we do, we want to establish a system. The system starts from us, individuals, right? So I think that's why I want us to take this important. I intend to be talking about safety culture. Then employee awareness, accident and injury prevention, teamwork and team building, safety accountability, and incentive programs. I want us to look at this. Do we need, or who needs safety? If you look into what we have, let me make sure we can see it together. I only want to see. Good. Right. Wait up. Presentation mode. Let's start. Okay. Yes. All right. Thanks. Yeah, but you need to be moving with me. All right. So Third slide, please. So as I was saying, we'll be talking about third slide. Press to go to the next. The third slide. This is.
I think it's
Okay, all right. It's okay. Okay, the one. Okay, are we here? No problem. Let's just be here. Then we move. So as I was saying, get to the next. Okay, I say who needs safety? If you look into go to that. Please be with me. Slide before this. All right. The slide is showing us, if you look, you now see some workplaces that we have. Next, move. Harrison, please, can you help us? This is it. Next one, next slide. All right, here. If you look in here, you see different work situations. And of course, I do believe that even here in Nigeria, we have these situations. You see, so when we say who needs safety, of course, definitely the answer would be that all of us need safety. Sometimes we feel if people work in a place, the people that are doing the work are the ones that need safety. What of the passers-by? If I may recall, sometimes 2 years ago, something led to the establishment of an important committee in the Kano State because of safety. And that has to do with the one fair inferno incident that happened in Kano, in one of the filling stations. At the end of the day, those that, the statistics taken, those that were affected mostly, more than 70% were passers-by. And the houses, because at the end of the day, if you do not contribute to the safety of what is close to you, and you think that is where they work, at the end of the day, you might end up to be the victim. Then, let's ask ourselves, do you think your organization has a positive safety culture? I know that we'll be discussing about this and we should be thinking about it. We are going to be talking about the safety culture that we think should be in place. So if the organization has that, of course, then you give a pat on your shoulders. But if you don't have, then it means you need to go and sit and start to make it. And remember, when we say organization, we're talking of you. We're not talking of the head, we're talking of you. You are the one that is there in the organization. You have your work schedule. Have you imbibed the safety culture? I know that I don't have to, because this is supposed to have been a slide where, please, that's why somebody should be with me. As I'm talking, you understand where I am so that you can. I'm in the next slide already. So what I'm saying is that if we don't, then we now get the way of having it to imbibe in us. So now, there are some myths that some people have. Sometimes we have some understanding. Let me give you an example. Yesterday when I arrived, the hotel I'm lodging in, when I got to the toilet, the restroom, I came to realize that when I sat on the toilet facility, below it, where they normally cement and everything, it was not cemented well, or it has broken. If because of safety, I have learned to see that before you sit well, you start to maybe don't put your weight all of it. At the end of the day, I came to realize that it was a problem. So I called the people of the hotel that this is the problem I had. Of course, as it is usual with us, what the person told me was the fact that no problem, we'll manage it. It's no other now, no problem. I said, oh boy. I told him, I said, if any eventuality has happened, maybe you would have heard of a shout or cry or something like that to come. And if you don't know, I think some of us might understand that if maybe they must have had or they must have seen some of the toilet problems, injuries in the hospital. That kind of, it cuts the human body quickly and simply. If you go to hospital, you see some of them. But at the end of the day, the person was telling me that we should. So there are some myths Some of this is that, number one, accident just happened. We feel accident just happened. It's a myth. Because research has shown that 99% of accidents are preventable. So what I'm just trying to say is that if I allow myself, now before coming out, when the regional administrator was picking me up, I told them that I will not sleep in this room. Make sure that when I come back, the room will be clean. Because if anything happens to me, don't see that. It has not happened. But when it happens, I will be the one feeling it. And what you're going to be out of that is something else. It might even be that you're going to be with your life. So I think we need to prove that accidents are prevented. Not about 99. The second myth is being safe takes too much time and money. Of course, I think it's even better for me to change another room, or even if we're going to pay something extra, or even leave the hotel and go somewhere, whatever it costs you is small when compared to what would happen if something happens. I hope you get me. So this is a myth too, and that's why we need to understand, consider the direct and indirect cost of any injury. Take any injury, consider the costs, which is direct and indirect. When we say direct, it can be directly on the person. But at the end of the day, for instance, if it is on a human being, that person, where does the person work? The job schedule of that work of that person must be affected. Are we together? The family is in there. So we have direct and indirect cost of injuries. And the third myth is you cannot create an accident-free workplace. Yes, but we need to understand it requires discipline, diligence, and support to recognize and mitigate every hazard. But if everyone will make time and take time, an accident-free workplace is possible. That's why where you go or everywhere you go, what they are talking about, how many of the accidents happened this year. It is expected with training, awareness, and some other activities taking place. At the end of the day, each year, we should be able to get a way of reduction in the instances altogether. So these are myths. Then if that's the case, do this myth, are they there in your company? The answer, of course, is yes. Most of us do not understand or do not agree that we can create a safe environment. We can get a way of prevent, accidents and so on and so forth. We say it's by God's, God has. No, it's just God's will. While God has not brought that to you, you are the chief architect of it. In fact, in most, scripts, it has even been said that you will not allow yourself to get into danger. I know this in Quran. Say, do not take yourself, your life into danger. If you do that, that's why in so many religious laws is the fact that if you kill yourself, at the end of the day, you go to hell. Why is it that you have killed yourself and you're going to hell now? The reason is because the life is not yours. It's God that has brought the life to you. So it's a punishment to you that you should not kill yourself. So that's why this myth must be taken care of. So where do we start? What we should be doing is that we should ask ourselves, do you have a written safety program in your place? In your place, do you have a written safety? It should be written. It has to be written because it's supposed to be a policy. I'm happy that my sister seated here. She said that she's representing her ministry as the OSDEX officer. You know that we in safety, we have been clamoring and clamoring. At the end of the day, my big sister over there, they helped us from the office of the head of service to have approved that all MDAs should have OSDEX. But is it all that's supposed to be there? You're supposed to be trained. You're supposed to have a committee. Under you, at the OSDEX officer, there should be a committee on that OSH. Are they well articulated? Do you have robust and regular meetings? What do you put down of your organization? Because, for instance, you're talking of solid mineral. So somebody's talking of solid mineral, right? I think that's... So if you go to each and every ministry, each OSDEX, even though you have general safety, written safety culture, something like that, you should have the one that in your workplace, what exactly is needed. Because what is expected in the Ministry of Sports is not the same with what is in the Ministry of Solid Minerals. When the representative of the minister was talking, I could remember, we are now about to, you have some labs now that you have opened, right? There's one in Kaduna, which is supposed to be taking care of those people that are mining gold. But the problem is, if you're mining gold, if you take to that lab, the lab itself must be certified. So KEPA, Kaduna Environmental Protection Agency, calls some consultants to be attached to that lab, because the effluent that will be going out from the lab, when they are testing what you're going to be mining to give you license for the mining, is also another hazard and problem. So at the end of the day, we are now yet to get a way of even making the lab to be safe, talk less of the people that are going to be doing in the field. And we came to realize that most of the effluents of that, of most of these raw material, of these materials, are lead in terms kind of, they are in form of lead, and we know what lead does. In fact, if it enters the ground, now Zamfara people will tell you more. That's why in 2010 or something like that, there was that lead toxicity in Zamfara state, and it's still affecting the children and the people there, because it is in the soil, it is in the water, and then most of what it affects in the human body is the brain. And in fact, now we are going to work on that, because we see that already Zamfara is one of the educationally less developed states. If you are looking for admission when you're from Lagos, when you go to one university and whatever data, if you have to be taken with 300 points, somebody from Zamfara with 250 or even 230 can be taken, because they have already been mapped out as educationally less developed states. Zamfara, Kebbi, Bayelsa, Jigawa, and so on and so forth. So now you are now adding on to the burden, because their soil and water are not good for the children and the people there, because it will affect the brain. Is that your written safety program actually followed, or is just on paper like we do in Nigeria? Is the program reviewed and updated regularly? There are some of them must be reviewed regularly, let's say 6 months, depending on the hazards that are there, because that's why you need to do hazard mapping, you need to understand the disasters that have come up, and so on and so forth. Is there support from the management for the safety? All these are questions, they are very vital. I do believe the answers, most of them might be negative. Even those that feel they are in one of the best safety cultured organizations, that's the aviation. The problem is that their safety lies mostly on equipment, on procedures. But what of those that are taking care of the procedures? I think we have seen this because we are interfacing with the aviation industry, and we have agreed that the best place. Is safety a priority or just a talk, no action? Is it a talk show or a workshop? Are safety or hazard ID inspections done regularly? You go to so many places, even the regular and basic safety gadgets that are there, let's say like the alarms. Some of them, the building will be there. I don't know whether there are these fire alarms here. Some of them, I want to tell you this personal experience. In our university, which we normally call the largest university south of Sahara, one day I was in the Senate building, the seat of power, and then one of the alarms blew by accident. It was not triggered. You know, there's a difference between accident and trigger. The trigger is the one that the safety people will just come and trigger it, so that let it blow, so that let's see how will people react. This one, it was by accident. And when I saw people, with this one going this way and the other way, I was asking, I was catching fun, because I exactly knew it was an accident kind of. So what I said, I was asking many of them, where are you going? They said, I don't know. Do you know where the problem is coming? No. So that was when I said, if this can happen in the seat of power of the university, the 8th floor building. So what of in my faculty or in my department? No master point. So if you're running now, where are you going? Where do you know what is coming from? You don't even know. So these are some of the things that we need to understand. Then where do we start? If we know we have problems, we have agreed. Because it's supposed to be much more interactive than this. If it were a workshop, we would have been having syndicate groups. But all the same, we can still do this. So where do we go from here? We need to determine where we are currently. So what I have presented is look into that checklist and see where are you. So if you see where you are, then you can now start thinking, how do I go and where do I start from? First of all, you need to understand that are employees given encouragement to work safely and disciplined when they don't? Because many people can just do something and get away with that. If you give safety and say that these are the safety procedures, the chief executive must be the first person to adhere to that. Are we together? Is there an active, trained, state-certified safety committee in place? So we are having OSDEX, but most places when you go, it's not even the OSDEX now. Many organizations, I do believe that, if I may speak for you, I do believe that most of these MDAs, in fact, some, when we engage them, they say that they have not even received the letter. Mean that the chief executive should take it upon himself that is what must be done, or to even describe the committee that should be. How many and what type of injuries have occurred in the past 2 years? Because you need to have what we call safety register, injuries register, all these are there. So that this will give you an idea of the fact that the resources, both human and capital, are putting into safety in the organization. Is it working? Are the strategies, you know, we can have policy, but the strategy, are the strategies working? If they are not working, we need to change. So these are some of the things that we need to have. Then attitudes of the employees. What is the overall perception of safety in your organization? Each individual. What value do employees put on working safely? Do employees think management really cares about safety? Because if the management doesn't care about it, why should I care about it? They have the resources, they have the policies. Do employees feel comfortable reporting safety issues? Perhaps. You know that reporting safety is one of the management or one of the main areas of managing safety, because the idea, if you do not report, we will not know what has happened. And some people might not be able to report because if they report, it might end up on them. Some might be sacked. I told you on one of the researches we have made, we came to realize that some of the marshals in the airport are already, they cannot even hear because their hearing IQT has gone. But at the end of the day, they are dumped. So what they are telling us, please do not report to management. Instead of them to encourage us to report to the management so that they can be paid. Ideally, they're supposed to be remunerated. How we get me now? Because hazards. But at the end of the day, they don't, because they will be sacked. Is it my problem that you have not given me safety gadgets? I have been marshalling, I have been allowing, you know, trafficking for the aircraft. And then at the end of the day now, you cannot hear well. And then you are saying, I shouldn't let the people know. I hope you're getting this. The attitude should also continue to be use a safety cultural assessments to employees, even though, so now that we know about all these issues, a decision should be made by the upper level management as to whether they want to obtain a positive safety culture. So please, let us do it in such a way that let us walk the talk. Let us walk the talk. We are here talking about safety culture. Most of us that are seated here, when we go to our houses, we have fire extinguishers. Go to our offices. You see what you're seeing. 3 days ago, I was on accreditation in Federal University of Latvia. This kind of what our MC was talking about on wires. So in the main library, wires all over. You want to get that because you want to have ICT in the library, whatever, but all wires are scattered all together. They are just using this masking tape too. And that one is what is obtainable, not temporarily, permanent. So somebody is coming to the library to start on computer, and then at the same time, the person is electrocuted. What have you done? I think we need to be serious. If the answer is yes, that you want safety culture, then all involved need to understand this will take time, dedication, commitment, and support from everyone. It's not an issue of saying that, is the management now, they are not, they are telling us to do. What are you doing? Everybody, all hands must be on deck. It will take between 5 to even 10 years before we say it's a culture. Remember, they normally say that, behavior is something that is inherent in you. It takes time. There are some of us, somebody would tell me whenever I enter the car, whether I'm the one driving or not, when I put my own seatbelt, we are just going, why are you doing this? I said, look, I feel as if I'm naked if I do not put that. It has become a culture to me. I don't care about whether I'm going to see a road safety on the road or not. In fact, sometimes when you see road safety, as you are trying to buckle up, that is when you get accidents. So why can't you get away of making it? Let me be part of you. So it has become part of me. So safety must be felt. So now what? We have to communicate. Let all employees know what they are doing, why you are doing it, and what is the intent. Show the person that these safety measures that we're putting in place are meant for you. Show them example of the people. Remember, we've said that you need to have register. Remember, Musa, John, and whoever, they have encountered this. Some of them are still in the hospital, or they are doing this. Remind them of that. We don't want you to fall in the same shoes. So by the time you do that, if you make the person to see the reason of doing something from his own perspective, it becomes better. Then send a safety blast through newsletters, emails, memos, posters, paychecks, stuff, and so on and so forth. We are very good in WhatsApp. Look into your organization. Connect with the ICT people. What are the main things that have been used by my organization? Some organizations, they use Twitter more. Some they use Twitter more. Some they use WhatsApp more. Some, if you understand that one, make sure that you combat them with this. That's why they call it safety blast. The moment the person opens his WhatsApp, you've seen safety issues. WhatsApp, Twitters, and so on and so forth. Then, what are you trying to accomplish at the end? It's because you want to have a goal, and the goal is incident and injury prevention. And how? Is change and adjust perceptions, attitudes, and norms of people. And why do you do that? It's because most injuries that occur in the workplace are self-caused. And the prices that have been paid are too much. If that's the case, what do you think cause these accidents or injuries in the workplace? They are attitudes, most of them. One of them is eyes not on the task. Let's say somebody that is doing work where you have issues that have to do with machinery, for instance. Somebody is doing something, let's say cutting wood. We know how they cut wood, right? And the person is doing, oh, yes, okay, yes, I'm doing, yes. And he's pushing the wood, and then he's talking to someone there. Eyes are not on the task. Mind not on the task. Yes, of course, even though Nigerians will have many problems, but you should remember when you have the injury, it's you. You are here, you are cutting wood, and then you are thinking of the fact that, oh boy, by the time I finish, how much is the transport from here to this place? As you are thinking of that one, your mind is not on the job, and then you cut your hand. So you will not be able, if you are going to pay 1,000 naira to Enya from central area, now what is going to be paid for your hand that is cut is something else altogether. In the line of fire of potential injuries, meaning how you see that there is no place without risk of having a fire or something. What exactly do you have? It's not only all workplaces, there are some things that must be there for all. Then you have the issue of loss of balance or traction or grip, especially if you are doing work that with your hand. Then incident causes. Causes of any incident can be grouped into 5 basic categories. 1, it may be due to task. It may be due on the material, environment, personnel, and management. So take care of these causes and then make sure that they adhere to safety culture. Here, look at what is there. Of course, definitely, as they normally say that if you fail to plan, what you just simply do, you are doing. You are planning to fail. So there are some places, the moment you see things, just tell them in the next few, whatever, you are going to have accidents. Like for instance, look at what is happening there. Look at people. They are on top of whatever. No good scaffolding. While every work has its own training. I think about some few weeks ago, what do you call it? A neighbor of mine working in NMPC told me that they have a slot for someone that is a professional scaffolder. I said, oh boy, you mean scaffolding has professionality? He said, of course, nah. They need to, and we had to look and look and look. At the end of the day, the person we got from Port Harcourt come to KRPC, Kaduna Refinery and Petrochemical Water. The guy, after telling, I said, okay, I joined them. I connected them with the people. After here, and then he said, he's not coming. I said, oh boy, wait up. Na KRPC, oh boy, the money no reach. He's a professional. That's why in Nigeria, if you can go into safety, safety alone can create a lot of jobs. Perhaps the money to him should be in whatever. One day, there was also another time that a friend of mine in NPC was talking about evacuation of asbestos. All of us are seated in, especially old buildings, so asbestos are carcinogenic. They cause cancer, and they have been banned for so many years. But I'm telling you, people here, so many ministries, you see that they are living under asbestos. Go to university, especially those buildings. And when I ask, they say that in fact, for you to evacuate the, what do you call them, the asbestos, it needs a trained professional. And there's even a treaty. The money is not small. When I was told of the money, over 500 million for some NNPC quarters that they wanted to evacuate, because you know that there are some standards you follow. So because they have that money, the consultant was parting with almost about getting to $1 billion. And the reason is because the dumping site for asbestos, we don't even have it in Nigeria. While already now our houses are the dumping sites. So what I'm saying is that there are issues whereby we need to create safety, and that creates a lot of awareness and also even money itself. Get employees to put safety first. And how do we do that? Do you have any ideas? Yes. The thing is that, one, there must be awareness. As I've said, posters, toolbox, anything you can use to make awareness, use it. Establish acceptable safety behavior, set the example, always follow safety policies and procedures, frequently communicate and reinforce safety values, reinforce positive behavior, discipline, and poor negative. Of course, we know we have reward and punishment. Those that do well, give them something, incentivize them. Those that have done bad, especially when you come to promotion, especially Nigerians like promotion. No? So when you come to promotion, how many? Maybe you can put in, let's say, credits. Violation has its own, while for you that you promote it has its own. When you come to that promotion, you give some percentage of marks for safety. You do that. When you do that, people follow. Sometimes you might even go into salary that, look, there are some sanctions, whereby that if whatever you're going to pay this or you're going to pay that, and then that will work. Link positive behavior to cost savings. On the awareness, again, you have safety inspections. Let's discuss what do you have there. What do we have in them? You need to have a particular dedicated inspection unit. And then what they will do is for them to look into unsafe acts and then unsafe conditions. For instance, unsafe acts are behaviors, most of them. They account for the vast majority of injuries. They are most of the wounds, and then encourage and enforce. Then unsafe conditions is mostly, when we say unsafe acts are those that are behavior by the human being, but conditions mostly in the environment. So we need to get those ones to understand them. We have some examples here. Unsafe acts, using unsafe equipment, improper lifting, possibly influence of drugs or alcohols, operating without authority, left file drawer open, while when you're talking of unsafe conditions, you're talking of congested area, noise exposure, wet floor, and many of them. So what do you see now? Let us identify some safety hazards in our places. Like for instance, even here, we have seen one, but already to mitigate that, we have said nobody should pass here. And also, it has even been said, not only said that, if you get here, where are you going to? So maybe we can also now place something that somebody that wants to go, as you have said, when you are doing the safety briefing, the issue of saying going to the toilet, then there should be a way to tell people that there is a way you can go through the back. Or if you want to use this place, you have to be very cautious. Also identify, once you go to your workplace, identify how you see many of them here. We are having many of them on conditions. For instance, look at this slide. There's one slide where you have the fire extinguisher. Go ahead. Go ahead. You see one with fire extinguisher. Next one. Good. Look at this one. You are seeing a fire extinguisher behind one. At the end of the day, if there's any fire, in fact, getting to get the fire extinguisher itself is another source of injury. Of course, now. So there are problems. If you get to places, you see that they even have fire extinguishers. In fact, I normally tell stories with what I see. If you go to, like, for instance, this is the season of accreditation of universities, November, December, and so on and so forth. Most of the times when we go to the universities for accreditation, you see fire extinguisher. In one of the same university I went, I asked the head of department, I say, okay, I've seen fire extinguisher here, but show me how it works. Because some, they are even borrowed. You see one department, because as we left this week now, as we left now, the rest of Thursday and Friday, some have gone to do their own because they do in batches. So the fire extinguishers used in my own place that I did my accreditation, they will be taken to another department. So I told them, I said, I see no reason why can't you tell NUC that we are working for, that they said us to go and look for them? Why can't you tell them the truth of the reality of the universities so that the government will know the problems? We are hiding it. I am an academic. You that you are lying, you are an academic. So we are lying to ourselves. At the end of the day, we say government is not taking care of universities. So we have lied, we have told them all is well, because we don't want the program to be stopped. It's better for us to say, we are not ready for this program, or stop it. So that the government will say, Kai, the problem is big, let's give the university. But we're not ready. So look at this one too. Next, please. Next one. This has to do with wires. Can you see these ones? Oh, these ones now. Please, next. Next, please. Look at this person now. The person is cutting. And look at all you are joining ladders. And you say you don't want any problem to happen. Like, look at this one too. Next slide, please. Look at this one too. Where you see within books you are hiding something. Go ahead. Yes. Look at the next one, and the last but not the least. Next. Yes, this has to do with attitude. Look at them. And this will go and work. And then, so safety inspection documents, you have a lot of them. You can use emails, checklists, memos, written reports, and so on and so forth. When and how to inspect depends on the size of the facility to inspect. Is it going to be daily, weekly, and so on and so forth? Is it going to be monthly, quarterly, twice a year, or yearly? And then incident and injury prevention. Of course, when we say this is an incident, we're saying is an uncontrolled or unplanned release of energy that causes or contributes to illness, injury, death, and or damage to property, equipment, or material. And then factors contributing to incidents or injuries include, you have fatigue. Look at that person. Go ahead. Once you are tired, you cannot move on. Please save it. Or is it stress or complacency or distraction? Some of us are driving and then you'll be making calls. At the end of the day, they will be making call on you. Yes, of course, they will make call on you. Yes, no, we are in the, no, seriously, no, we are in the cemetery. Yes, you know that person is dead. So you see, they are making call on you now. Other contributing factors are assertiveness, lack of knowledge, lack of awareness, and personal stressors. And then to accident and injuries, fatigue and stress are the most, or they are the major. Fatigue and stress. That's why each and every organization should place importance on mental health and stress management. It's very important. Then, how do you know that you're fatigued? These are some signs. You'll be fixated, apathetic, lethargic, bad mood, nodding off, and so on and so forth. So what you need to do is for you to manage the fatigue, and that one is you have to balance between rest and activity. It is expected that as an adult, at least within the 24 hours, you must have sleep of at least 8 hours as an adult. That does not mean you must sleep 8 hours on the stretch, but within the 24 hours, get a way of, putting them differently. You can have 5 hours sleep at night, but during the day, must create a way of having, sometimes, even if you do not feel sleep, lie on the bed or lie down and then close your eyes. When you do that, the activities in the human body are reduced because visual acuity or your visuals, as well as most of the activities that happen in the brain, are taking a lot of energy. So just rest, and then you can have such kind. So that's why learn your body signs of getting tired. Yes, good. 7 minutes. I'll manage, but I'll make sure that I finish that. I'm sorry. Let me quickly. Yes, I have the protection of Mr. President. Am I correct, sir? Yes, sir. So place yourself, do a heavy task, then light and heavy. So manage yourself. Understand when you are tired. All of us know. Make work easier. And that's why now works have been made easier with so many technologies. Like for instance, now you want to screw something, you don't have to force your hand onto this. Remember, we have the automatic one. When you press it, buy it, it saves a lot. The money that you're going to be spending on the drugs. Nigerians are good in telling people to take drugs. So I'm tired. Oh, you are tired. Okay, take Indosi. Yes. I have used this, it has worked for me. Yes. So do you think what works for you? Do you think just to prescribe drug is your work? Go and do your work now. Allow me to do my work now. Huh? So we need to be careful with that, please. So make work easier. Managing fatigue also, get enough sleep. I have talked about that, And also at the same time, you should do some exercise. You should also stand up, do a lot of exercise. There are many exercises. That one also, remember there's somebody that came from sport ministry. Let me tell you, sometimes we do not want to use knowledge. Everybody has his own knowledge. Some people have been trained on a particular, even the activities you're going to do. When you come on an exercise, don't say that Dr. Chris is doing exercise. What he does that he covers 20 kilometers every day exercise. And you won't do the same. You're in trouble. When you come, the therapist will sit you down, ask you your activities, take some vitals. Some will even ask that, bring your last medical reports. They will go through. It's just like on drugs now, for instance. Just because you come to me because you are having this issue of tiredness, of what will give you pain. Pain reliever should not be given to a person with ulcer. I will have to look for a way, what can I give you? So what we're saying is that allow people with knowledge, even the exercise, they have to prescribe the proper exercise for you. The exercise that one person will do, if you do it, you die. So don't do that. So make sure that you get the proper one. There's some unhealthy ways of coping. Some people, they want to say that they are stressed out. But instead of them to manage stress using the best method, they'll say, Kyle, boy, let me die. I have had that one. There's something they will just blow. Some will just go on hashish, some will go on drinking, some drugs. I know that if you go on this issue of drugs now, drug abuse in Nigeria now, if they tell you the different reasons of those that are doing it, you win. Some will say, especially women, we have found out that most women, especially those that are in their marital homes, they will tell you, that is because of marital problems. So for marital problems, you are also taking drugs, which at the end of the day will even make your marital problems to increase. Because do you think now if your husband that is seeing you well and everything, you're having problem with, what if the person sees that you are malangering? The problem will increase now. That might even make him to send you out now. So there are such issues. So managing stress again, avoid unnecessary stress. Let's learn to say no. My teacher is seated here. I will have to recognize my teacher that is seated here. Sir, I have learned, I've told people, Professor Kola Anigo is one of the speakers that are going to be talking us on nutrition. He taught me biochemistry in medical school. Let me tell you, when some people in the university now, they normally ask me, why are you that you are stress-free? You don't have much. I say, because I have learned to say no. There are some things that I know I will say no. Even if you are the vice chancellor, I will tell you no. Place of my HOD. Because I know the job description of what is necessary on me. I don't know whether we are getting what I'm saying. Learn to say no. There are some things that if they put on you, some people want to work, they want to be good boys or good girls in the workplace. At the end of the day, by the time you get problem, when they send you out, or when you're in the hospital, would you continue to be a good boy? Learn to say no to some things that are not. Know your schedule, do it well, and make sure that you do it well. Avoid people who stress you out. Take control of your environment. Avoid hot button topics. Scale down your to-do list. You also need to accept things you can't change. If I know it's what I must do, let me get away of making it simpler. You understand? So that's why don't try to control the uncontrollable. Look for the positive. Share your feelings and learn to forgive. That's why somebody was telling me, he said, one day he came to my office, young colleague, even though he's now late. So he saw me with one of the students, a female. She was, relating to me her problems and everything. Most of them, they like to discuss with me. I advise them. So, but he looked at her, he said, look, he went onto one of my boards in the office and he inscribed something. He said, do you have a problem? On one side. On the other side. So I saw, do you have a problem? Then he used this, what do you call it? This, as do you have a problem? Then he put a line under it. If you say yes, say then why do you worry? I don't know whether you get me. Do you have a problem? This one say yes. The other one say no on the other side. So on the yes, you have a problem. He said, do you have solution? That one also is divided whether yes or no. On the yes, if you have solution, then why do you worry? If you don't have solution, then why do you worry? Because you cannot control. That's why I say, don't. Uncontrollable. What I cannot control. What is my wahala now? You are going to cause another wahala by being in problem. And the other one, when you say, do you have problem? You say, no. Then why do you worry? So let's learn to manage stress. You need to relax. Go for a walk, spend time in nature, talk to a good friend, have exercise, play, pet if you have, listen to music, take a long bath, watch a comedy. So that you laugh it out, You also manage stress by having teamwork or team building. And that's why we normally say team means together, each achieves more. If I work alone, perhaps it might take me 5 hours. If we work together, your work is 3 hours, mine is 3 hours. I don't know who might. You also have goal communication, resolving conflicts. If we work together, then why should you be accusing me of? We have done it together now. You see, exploring creativity, job satisfaction, increased speed of work, and creating new business ideas. And effective teamwork is based on good leadership, open communication, creating procedures for conflict resolution, and also defines clear-cut roles. If we are doing work together, I will understand that you do this better, I do the other one better. Then it means clear-cut. We have understood when we come to that work, not any problem. Who is the one you are better at? I'll do the one I'm good at. Then setting good example is another thing. And the important characteristics of that effective team is positive approach during conflict resolution, respect towards each other's personal life, constraint on office politics, open approach to other views and opinions. And also, you have ways that you can do that. Let's quickly go into another issue, difficult people. How do you handle difficult people? You know, in any workplace you go, you have difficult people. So how do you handle them? Good. Listen for ideas, not facts. Listen for ideas, not facts. If somebody is saying something, look at the facts, the ideas. Somebody wants to present something to you. At the end of the day, it might not be the way that you think should be presented, but at the end of the day, you have understood what the person wants. Why are you saying this way? No, it doesn't have to be your own way. All I want you to know is for you to understand what I mean. I hope you get me. Judge content first, not delivery. What is the content? Then be an optimistic listener. Don't see that the moment you want to get or you want to listen to somebody, you have already crucified the person. At the end of the day, you are predetermined, right? You can't hear anything good. You are a leader, you are the CEO, you are the Oga. They have brought, that person has done this, whatever, without listening to the person. I know that man. That person, is a very stupid person. He can do it. Why can't you listen now? It might be at that time, we're the one at the correct time. Listen to full message, don't jump into conclusions. Be flexible and take notes. Concentrate on the speaker. That's why there are some people that when you sit with them, they are going to talk to you. You see, you bring a paper and a pen. You don't feel that they are stupid. It's another way of saying, I am jotting down what you are saying so that I will understand before I give my final verdict. So that's why effective listening is very important. If you want, you assess the situation. Is the person normally cooperative or is just this particular situation, meaning a difficult person? Listen to the person complaints and issues. Are they legitimate or just negative behavior? Put yourself in their shoes. This is one of the things that most of the times we don't do. If you listen to the person, somebody has come to you, Oga, the reason why I've not come to work today, Oga, we know that my landlord was there disturbing me. I could not, in fact, they have parked my car outside. No, please, Oga, if you are the one, will you come to office? No, will you come to office now? Why can't you, for once, listen and put yourself in the shoes of that person? They resist urge to argue. Don't argue much. That's what they told me. One of the 3 people that I respect, it was Babangida's friend, one of the richest people there. When you tell him that this place, when you say, this seat is white, when he looks at it, he say, yeah, yes, it's white. He doesn't want to argue. Argument is a problem now. At the end of the day, how much are they paying you if you win? By your, you have already upsetted yourself. You might not be able to do some other things. That's why sometimes it's better for you to keep quiet and allow the person to go with this. Don't become defensive. Don't spend a lot of time with the person. If the person is difficult, just after listening or whatever, just allow the person. Otherwise, it will get to a situation where you must react. Don't allow yourself to get to the time. Treat people as adults. This is very important. There was a time, I think this one is not just more than 2 years. I like to read. I went for a course in my own university. There was one professor who was the coordinator. And we were asked to submit something. And when we submitted, the person that has been named, she's a female in one of the social sciences courses. So what she did was just to take my paper and blinked it. Everybody that was in that class, she's a professor, everybody is stupid. So what I simply did was to pick my paper, I came to her. I looked at her, I said, Madam, this is unacceptable. She looked at me like this, who's this bad that can do this to me? Of course. But at the end of the day, I walked out. After a week, we came for an exam, and then I finished the exam I was going. So some of the young colleagues doing this, that were in the exam, doing the exam, what do they call it? Invigilation. He said, Prof, have you finished? So the woman looked at her. So it was when I went out that she sent him to come and call me. I said, please go and tell her that you have told me. I've said I will not come. So I went to her HOD. I told that day when she did it, I went to her. I said, HOD, this year, whatever, tell her. And that time I was one of the cabals in the university. So I said, tell her to know who she's dealing with. Yes, cabals, No, what was it? So treat people as adults. You can't do this anywhere, even to a secondary school child. You shouldn't do that, because there are children now that if you the way you react to them, when they react back, at the end of the day, who is at fault now? Anything you do, you just you slap the boy. One of these boys one day will slap back. Oh. And if you slap back, if he slaps back, you know what it is. So please, let's do this. Then accountability defined. We need to be accountable for safety. As I've said, we need to have what happens today, tomorrow, and everything, and then we'll quickly get over having. So at the end of the day, is your organization accountable? And who is accountable for safety? Is it that we think the management, or we think only the employees or the employers? So say one, okay, we have to understand it's both for employees and employers. And then when it comes to safety incentives, which is the last thing, it's saying reward systems for working safely. They have also their own pros and cons. But of course, anything that you have, you need to weigh and see. Sometimes when you say, what are they based on, and do they work? You look into those pros and cons. Let's see the pros. It gives something to strive for, provides recognition for employees, can promote safety behavior, provides for employee involvement, provides competition between areas, could possibly share with family. Like for instance, now, if you have these incentives, it might even get to the family, whereby if you are telling them it's because of safety that I'm given this, that can help you to also have safety in your own house. So it's kind of, and also I have seen this, the same university. When we went to the e-learning center, we were told that the Vice Chancellor has put some money and some provision that if you happen to be as a lecturer to go and give your lecture through e-learning, the Vice Chancellor pays something. So that has made many people to do it. So at the end of the day, you see, it's the same thing with grants. So I tell them, do the same with grants. Any grant that somebody has, the name of the university will be lifted up. At the end of the day, it will create whatever. So at the end of the day, it gives something. So it's incentive. These are pros. The cons are on the reporting, because if there are some issues, sometimes some people might not report because they'll say, all is safe. You have infighting between groups, disharmony in workplace, request for job transfers, stealing, union action. And then safety incentives also can be based on reduction in total loss of time of injuries. It can also reduction in total recordable injuries, reportable injuries, total number of certain injuries, and then observation of employees at workplace. Safety incentives work. In short term, yes, they influence outcomes, but in long term, no. So that's why if you see that you have used it over and over, then sometimes you may have to just leave that, but you can give that so that will. How much involvement on time? It can be very time consuming depending on system being used, all right? And finally, I would say that I would like to acknowledge Pennsylvania Department of Labor and Industry, which I adopted their training module, then put some things there to give you what I've given you today. And also at the same time, this is my popular thing that I normally show is that what we have had today, we should look into this story. Please go to, yes, we should look into this story. I'd like to give it and I'll give it all the time. This is a river. We call it River Coliteca. It's in Honduras. And this river, because the country is bedeviled with so many disasters, it took time for the country to get over it in order for people to communicate between, so that live, across the river. So it took some money, or at the end of the day, the country spent almost about $3 billion in building a seismic resistant, bridge. And the bridge is also called after the river. So it's called Coliteca Bridge. But what happened was that one day, nature did what it did to it. And what it did was, there was some typhoons and everything. At the end of the day, the river changed course. The bridge intact, but the river changed course. If you look in here, you see that there's a river here, and there's what? The bridge here. So the river, the bridge is there intact. But the problem is that can the bridge be used? So when you do not use the safety culture to learn how to be in the job you are and to be in the world, one day you'll be having. So at the end of the day, they call this bridge a useless bridge. That's what they call it, useless bridge. So with your knowledge, with everything that you feel you have, and then you don't want to involve yourself in some other things and also in safety, at the end of the day, when things have changed, your knowledge will be what? Useless. Your work will be useless. Yes. So thank you very much as I will wait for your time.
I think you should talk more than that, too, because we just had a full-blown lecture. And if you did not write, you are on your own. I hope we wrote. Me, I was writing virtually. You might not see, but I was writing virtually. But I hope we all wrote down something, because we just came down from the university now, and we have learned a lot today on accelerating health and safety management system by establishing and maintaining positive safety culture. I'm sure we're all going to go back to our various agencies and establish and maintain positive safety cultures. I'm very sure of that. Thank you very much, Professor Magaji, for that lecture. Thank you. At this point, I want to go to the team online so that we can get goodwill messages. And I want to call on the regional president, OSHA Association, Egypt region, Ali Mansi. He's online. I want to call on him for his goodwill message. Please, let him speak now. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm so glad to be with you today. And I specifically thank Professor Magaji for his powerful insight. And I welcome you all leaders of safety and health globally on behalf of OSHA Association UK. And I would like to refer to Professor Magaji, because he's talking about a very important issue, and I believe it's purely in context. Our main vision and mission is promoting safety and saving lives. So believing in the high values that we aim and strive to introduce to communities is very important, because, and especially that naturally with change management, we are talking about change management, we are changing the culture, we are striving to change the culture. Safety and health is one of the most basic needs. Nevertheless, it's always, not always, but often it is undervalued. It's not taking enough attention. And this is very important issue, because we are not only promoting safety and health at face value or at the outset. We need to be promoting safety and health at the core value. And the core value is culture change management. And doing this, sometimes we face friction resistance from organizations, from people, from individuals, from the whole ecosystem sometimes. And this is very important, how we can facilitate our way through this change management process, because we are not talking only about some safety measures, we are talking about values that should be embedded in each and every culture. I would like to refer to the World Bank, to a World Bank report that I came across a short while ago about human capital development, and how we can, how human capital development has a very direct causal relationship to economic and societal development. Human capital development is a very important measure. And according to the World Bank, that any investment in human capital development has the ROI of $1 to $4. So each $1 invested in human capital has the ROI of $4, which is very good. This is above the age of 28 or 26, as far as I remember. But the earlier we intervene, the earlier we try and make this development, the higher the ROI. It reaches up to $1 to $18 as we intervene earlier. Maybe in the region and in Egypt, we believe in this so much Maybe that's why we are also trying not only to promote safety and health in the occupational context within organizations, but also among students. We have kickstarted our presence in Egypt with an MOU, by signing an MOU with the United Nations Global Compact in Egypt to promote safety and health as part of their CSR framework. And we are crowning our presence in Egypt with an MOU with the Arab Academy of Science and Technology, which is one of the largest learning institutes in the Arab world. And hopefully, and we are looking forward very soon to have safety and health measures introduced even to students, even to undergraduate students, because the earlier we intervene in developing our human capital, the higher ROI and the higher impact that we can reach. We don't want only to promote safety measures in organizational context or in occupational context. We need a new generation that believes in safety and health. We need a new generation that is giving higher weight to the future than to the present. There is always an opportunity cost. There is always a trade-off. There is always a trade-off between the present and the future. So maybe former generations were more keen on their present, and maybe this is one of the reasons of the many difficulties we are facing environmentally and elsewise. Maybe we will need to start thinking differently. As I like to refer to Einstein, he said, we cannot solve our problems by adopting the same mindset we used while creating those problems. So if you want to make a difference, if you want to really make a difference to ourselves, to the next generations, and we owe them this, we need to start thinking differently. We need to start giving higher priority to the future than to the present. We need to be thinking long term. We don't want to be thinking only 5 years or 10 years or 15 years ahead. We need to be thinking 50 years and 100 years ahead, because this is our responsibility. And you, sirs, ladies and gentlemen, and us in MOSHA Association, as leaders of safety and health, this is what we believe in. These are the values that we believe in. The higher the values we believe in, the less the resistance will become. And believing power resides in where we believe it does. So believing that power is in the values of what we are promoting, this per se would pave the way for a better future under your leadership and under our collaboration together. And I'm 100% sure that since we are fighting for a cause that might be higher than our lives, then definitely we are heading in the right direction. And I thank you so much, and I welcome you all, and I'm very honored to be amongst you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you, sirs.
They had an MOU recently with the United Nations on driving the cost of safety in Egypt. These two chairs together for Egypt region. They are doing so well. They are doing well. I want to, at this point, call on Engineer Dr. Emmanuel Uwalaka, who is currently the Executive Director, Middle East and African Region, OSH Association, UK. Engineer, over to you, sir.
Let's adjourn the floor.
Engineer, sir, we can't hear you, sir. Sorry, we can't hear you. Might need to mute and unmute again, sir. Sorry, we've not heard anything you've been saying since. So sorry, sir. Okay, engineer, I think you might need to log out and log in again so that you get a better audio reception. When you're back, we'll call on you. So let's go to the next.
Can you hear me?
Sorry about that, sir. Is he working?
Hello, can you hear me?
Thank you. So sorry, we'll definitely get a hold on it and we'll hear from the engineer as we progress. We want to go into the panel discussion, but before we do that, we are advocating for safety and we need to also take note of ergonomic safety, which is our posture. So please, I would want us to all be on our feet. Let us all stand. Please. We've been sitting for a long time and it's actually not very good for posture. Thank you very much. Let's all be on our feet. Shake your neighbor by your right, shake your neighbor by your left. Make sure you shake each of them 10 times each. And just move your body. Since you cannot dance, just shake your neighbor. There's no neighbor by your right. Shake the breeze by your right and the breeze by your left. Feel as you are shaking your neighbor. Now, your neighbor is not smiling. Smile. Smile is contagious. You get your neighbor to smile. We need to free ourselves before we go into this next session. We need to empty ourselves of every weight that we have put up by sitting down and all that Professor has taught us. Let us check our body so that it will digest in, so that we will remember it as we live here. I wouldn't want us to dump everything in this raw material so that they will have everything. Let us take some home. So let's shake it off so that we'll have enough energy for the next session. Now we're going into the panel discussion. Please, nobody should leave the hall at this point because this is the point where everybody gets to talk. This is the point where your voices has to be heard. This is where you make inputs that will take back for feedback. Feedback for OSHA Association, feedback for every agency that is represented here. The last time we had this conference, we had a workshop in August. A communique was sent, and after then there were improvements in different MDAs, and I'm sure that at the end of today's meeting, we will also have a replica of that and even better. So we're going into the panel discussion. Sit tight, write down your questions, hear your views, speak your mind, and I promise you that we'll learn something from each other. You can take your seats now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's good to be an MCO. It's only an MC that can ask elders to stand up and they will stand. They will just obey. I will continue this profession. It's a very good profession. Any president for that matter. Ask the president to stand. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you very much. Thank you. We want to go into the panel discussion. I'll first of all call on our anchor to take his seat, then I will call on the panelists to join him. I'm doing it the other way around. Ali Mansi said we should start changing the way we do things sometimes so that we don't get the same result. So I want to bring him first so that when they come, he would also adjust the questions he's going to be asking them. Thank you. So the anchor for the panel discussion is Dr. Chris Mitchell Osazua, the chairman, OSHA UK River State Chapter. Chairman, please, sir. Let's dance together as he takes this particular seat, sir. Thank you very much. Joining him will be Architect Eze Celestine, Director of Special Duties, FCDA. Please, I just sit close to him. Also joining him will be Engineer Debayo Zakios Abiola, Acting Director, FCT Fire Service. So you just sit next to them. Also joining him will be Bello Abdul Hakim, representing MBT. MBT is always on the panel discussion, so we can't take it out. Where is the representative for MBT? Thank you, sir. You just joined them to my rear left. Yes, sir. That's your seat. Thank you. And now I want to call on the people that matters most. Sorry, my gender matters most. You pardon me. I know, order. I will begin with Dr. Comfort Adeosun, FOSHA, Director, OSH, There's office of the head of the service of the Federation. Please put your hands together for my madam. Thank you very much, ma'am. You were there the last time and I learned a lot from you. I'm sure I'm going to learn more today. I want to also add to her Professor Comfort Etu. She's a fellow of the association and she's a professor of industrial microbiology, University of Uyo. Please put your hands together for our professor as she joins them. Also joining them will be Mary Eche, Board Secretary and Legal Advisor, NCAA. Is she here, madam? Please join them. Thank you, ma'am. Also joining them will be Mrs. Ijoma Edika, representative of the Ministry of Solid Minerals. Is she still around? Okay. Joining them also will be Abiba Abdulrahman, representing the Minister, Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology. Please join them, ma'am. Okay. I'll need the second microphone now so that I'll hand over to the uncle to take over this session. They will be discussing the theme for this event. Please note down your questions and ensure that you ask them questions and you also contribute to this session. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I think you permit me to stand. I can't be sitting where I have these scholars, that professors, all that. I can't be sitting with them. We had the same program in Port Harcourt precisely 3 weeks ago. We have to pull the BC of Uniport. The former BC was there. We pulled some great guys to come around. Professor Kava was also from Niger Delta. That is the International Youth Council President worldwide. And I told them, when elders sit, I should not sit, I should stand. I'm their boy. So please, can I stand so that we can run it better? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You can clap for me very well. Okay, we had those programs, this panel discussion, similar thing like this in all our programs. This is the area where your voice is heard. This is where you have to talk. And this is where we decided to bring leaders that can take decisions in their various walks of life. So that by the time we leave here, we'll get action. We did the same thing in 2019 when our regional president ascended, the head of the leadership in Nigeria. And that was when we have in Sheraton. That was when we had Professor Abugaji, yes, MBT chairman. I remember that day, he was sitting and I asked him a question. I said, Prof, from polytechnics and universities, we turn out graduates every year. The government will come, they will tell you the youths are the leaders of tomorrow, which we've never seen. That dream said to come to pass, except just of recent, we are seeing coming to pass gradually. Because now we have the minister of, so many of them, they are young guys, and they are doing wonders in their respective, He said, yes, we have plans for them. And at the end of that panel discussion, he said, Osha, gather your team together, pay me a visit, all what we've discussed here, let's put it to action. That gave birth to Osha having a marriage with MBT. Today, MBT has directed that they should have safety, training centers in all polytechnics. I personally stood in for the regional president who was in the US then for a function. I was asked to go and represent him in the Federal Polytechnic. We have 2 big halls given to us by that polytechnic. And every 3 months, 4 months, we are turning out professionals of safety. Today, that assignment is spreading to all polytechnics across. That's a good one for us. I have to give you this background so you understand what you want to do now. Whatever we take a decision, we'll put it to action. Your voice will be heard. August, we were here, we did the same thing. I'm sure my mom is sitting, if I dad there, but my dad and so forth. She was like, doctor, take her easy now. I'm the only woman sitting here, But we're also able to come together and agree on something. Today, we're talking about accelerating safety and health management systems to improve productivity in the workplace. Prof. Magadi has given us a very good foundation. In fact, as he was teaching, I said, Prof, you don't give them a scope. All I want to ask them, you are just dishing it out. You are just dishing everything out. So I'm sure this short time given to me will be able to take some few questions. And then the audience, if you have your questions, start writing them down. Because I will call on you to also ask your questions. And we agree there will be a communique that will be released from this event.
That communique will serve the purpose why we have brought all of you from your very busy walks of life together here and take decision as what concerns safety in Nigeria, in our country, as it were. Okay, madam, I'll be asking you the first question. Incidentally, you're taking over my seat, so I'll start from you. The role of leadership in ensuring a safe and healthy workplace. As a leader, I know through your office today, the OSH test is across all MDAs in the country. As a leader, how can leaders promote a culture of safety and health in the workplace? Like, remember, Prof said something. If there is a safety policy in the company, the CEO starts with it. There is no, in security, I also have an opportunity of lecturing as a security consultant, to some paramilitary organizations. And I told them, if the commandant of an academy, I was lecturing at NNIS, Nigerian Naval Intelligence School in Port Harcourt. And I said, if the commandant, there's an instruction, if you must come to these premises, open your boot, search. And the guy is coming, he said, Commandant, if you nothing bad, don't miss our guy. I said, no, you're making a mistake. Start with him. So she's the leader. And we're asking her this morning, madam, as a leader, you represent, thank God you're from the office of the government. How can you as a leader, how can we promote a culture of safety? Please, in 1 minute, want to work with time very fast.
Okay, thank you very much. And good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here again. And it's always good to make a contribution to this auspicious occasion every time we come here. Now, when we talk about the role of leadership in implementation science, which I'm privileged to be involved in, we always talk about frameworks for implementation. Management support is one of the key things that is required. I have some responses to give to Professor Magaji's speech when he was making his presentation. He has some questions directly. I noted them that I'm going to respond to that later on. Now, when a policy is out, the first thing the management we need to do is to get the management buy-in. If the leader does not believe in what you're saying, you're going to have problems. And that could have led to some MDAs still saying that today they don't have the circular. When all you need to do is to just go to the website or the Office of Data of Accreditation and just click for circulars and you download it. When we have trained over 150 MDA, OSH desk officers, it's amazing. That's talking about management support. The next thing you also need to look at, when the management is involved, you talk about budgeting. Because you put your money where your mouth is talking. They say you do what? You walk the talk. Because it takes money to imbibe the culture. Number 3, there's something we call a management organizational climate in implementation science. What is the climate of your organization? Are they ready for that? Climate is not just in climate that we all know right now. There's the atmosphere of the organization. And one of the ways to improve organizational climate is the principle of effective communication. Like Dr. Chris rightly said, Mia, you have a case with me. You did a case in River State, and you know I'm a Port Harcourt man, you didn't invite me. That one we'll talk it behind. Now, there was something Prof said, he has finished our syllabus. When he was talking about listening, effective communication. Now, how do I communicate? I was doing a training by the grace of God with IOSH West Africa in October. And when I was training them, a lot of people came from other countries. I was shocked. I was thinking I was just talking to my people, only for me to now see Zoom thing and I say, oh God, thank you for this platform. And then we have to look at it that the first thing you need to do is create awareness that your organization is killing you gradually. Because when I teach you on musculoskeletal conditions, disorders that come from wrong ergonomics in workplace, you will adjust your seats. All of you that are sitting like this, you will adjust yourself. If I was to present on that particular topic, then you do that repetitively. Every day you go to work, your organization is doing what? That's it that you say, make a manager. You are managing him for management, but you are killing yourself gradually. And finally, because of our time, employee engagement or employee involvement. If you don't carry them along, This is another thing for them to take money, John. They always find a way to steal. Meanwhile, the money we want to spend to adjust your workstation. If you go to the service now, we are changing all the workstation right now. We're changing workstation. And when we wanted to buy seats for palm sex, one of them just asked one of the palm sex. I said, no, sir, this one is not economically compliant. I said, so we need to check it. Mama, everybody was there. It's okay, so doctor, what are you now saying? I said, no, we need to get another design. I have made my contribution to the life of my boss. So what if, they just want to change here? It's because the employees are not involved to understand the rudiments of health and safety and the impact on their health. So I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please put your hands together for her. But don't get so bold and walk to your boss on Monday morning. Madam, conference over the weekend. And this will change past 30 years. This will kill you. Say no. Sometimes when you turn like this, the hand don't come out. Sometimes that back with the rest of your little head when you are tired, you do like this, the top fall off. And sometimes you work your life out. You want to please your boss. You want to serve your country. By the time you retire, you are not left. There's nothing in you again, nothing. What's just keeping you that small thing in your brain that you are not over the years? I told them in the Nigerian Navy, I said, you learn all those combatants, you learn. They are very good. I love the Nigerian Navy. Well, in fact, I don't know, maybe partial in terms of the military, that the best depth of training. But I told them, when you disengage and you want to enter the civil life, the civilian life, I met a general, he will be retiring 3 months. I said, General, sir, so what next? They were lying in the place. All my life I've learned, yes, sir, okay, sir. How do I miss with people and nobody tells me more, sir? Nobody opens the gates for me. All his life, he's been just regimented. It's a problem. And our leaders are not seeing how to start integrating them. Okay, you'll be retiring very soon. This is what you should expect in the society. This is what you're going to see around you. No, things like that. Do it abroad so that when they are integrated, they'll just adjust. But when ours come in, it's what is still in the barrack. Musa gets. And it's just further that Musa is at the bath, at the come. Would a lieutenant tell him at the back, at the come? Maybe if he has tried several times, found that the people is rising. Why to say, maybe that one night, your temper, this Musa will sack him, the next one will do the worst thing. Civilian life is like that. I've been begun in my house. Sometimes when you hear my blaring of horn, it's with his friends, gisting, taking, whatever they're taking. And the next thing you see him with no shirt, short knicker, jumping up and down, jogging to open the gates. And I ask him, I'm not against you spending time with your friend. Somebody is telling me, how would you even know? You are taking shepherd, your eye don't shine like you call him. What happens next? So these are things to be asking ourselves. So madam, we've nailed it. We are doing only for PAMSEC. What happens to other ministries below? What's the plan for them? That's what I want to ask Solid Mineria. Are you here? Solid Mineria. Solid Mineria, the minister. Solid Mineria. She's not here. You didn't bring her. Madam, we're waiting for you, ma'am. Please come in. Come in. I have a question for you, ma'am. Yes. Okay, so you settle down. Okay, madam, your ministry. Which one do you represent your ministry, ma'am? Yes, ma'am. Science and tech, that's good. Your ministry, what's your strategy? What do you think is the way out? Not Nigeria, your own ministry. I'm sure some of your staff are here. What is the way out? What's the strategy you're going to place to ensure that your employers, your employees imbibe this safety culture to improve productivity in just 1 minute? Just tell me 2 strategies and how you implement it. And those writing it down, will answer because there'll be a communique. We'll send to your agency. Thank you, ma'am.
First instance, after framework.
Like madam said, good.
Okay. Getting the resources.
That will be a problem.
Mobilizing.
That will be a problem. Now resources will be a problem. You're going to write and rewrite and defend. So that'll be a long one.
Yes.
So the when you put now, you put in place that will help them to have that culture of safety.
Being the next officer.
Yes.
And being the first director. And next domicile the department. As it is now, the one of the strategy was put in place is to sensitize management, top management, the next general staff on the occupational safety.
Thank you. Dr. Liu, you are here. Please stand up. Dr. Liu is the country new regional admin for Nigeria. She had just said they want to do sensitization. FOSHA will be out. We are ready. Just give us a call. We'll be there. If you come with this team, they will come and train your team. Thank God you are there as the Authorised officer. They'll come and train your team. Free of charge. Don't worry, we won't collect money this time. If you want to catch big fish, you start small. Not be so? We'll give you free training. And after then, we will now tell you if you want from here to here, and you will do small things so that the association can also pay bills, can also pay rent, pay staff, and all the rest of them. You have Madam now. Then certification.
We have perfected our plan already.
Okay.
We've gotten even the money.
Good news. So please clap for her. Just better for her. The money is already ready. So we are moving forward.
Although the money is not for the payment.
Don't worry.
Yeah, but
from that, something I'll do. Better way see way here. You'll be touched. No problem. You understand? Not a problem.
We have agreed with the company. We have the meeting. That was the reason why
wow. This is good. Hey, just together for her one more time again. Yeah, from my mommy.
Please, I just want to add, as many MDAs that are there, how many of you have been trained by us that are here? I know that many of you were trained, you were in the last program. Please, madam, as many of you that are working hard, send message to us in the office so that it becomes part of our announcement on the other MDAs that OSHA visits. Because sometimes we are in Air Force, we are there, they will come in. Madam, do you really know this association? Some of generals will come in, especially when they go to defense. They mention your name, they mention your office. Do you know these OSHA people? And so it helps me to say yes. And they will tell you, there's a circular from your office. Then I will look for them. And that opens the door for OSHA. That's a plus. But for us as core MDAs, please, as you are implementing, this your progress. I was just few meters away from here last month when Ministry of Transport did their own. We were invited. Let us know what you are doing. Because that result, we give it back to our PAMSEC. Then he sends the message into their group. So that the other PAMSEC will know that something is happening in other MDAs. So then this gospel of safety is spreading. It's going to be spreading. You understand my point now, man? Thank you so much.
One of Christians wants to go that for them. Your club is not even encouraging enough. Somebody as health officer, she wrote, they approved the money and they are taking off. They are not giving that moral support. It is needed. There are some agencies, I think NEMA, anybody from NEMA here, emergency. There is something there. NEMA, I thought somebody from NEMA, I asked them to come. Is anybody here from NEMA? Nobody from NEMA here? I was expecting some persons to come from NEMA. I asked that they should invite them, so that we'll find out if you actually have office in your agency. Let us see how we can work on that, even from this particular meeting. Yes, sir. Good day. Okay. That'll be fine. Thank you so much, Madam. You're doing a very good job. Okay, let me ask my madam from Solid Minerals. I asked after the right time. What are some successful case studies of organization that have implemented robust safety? Do you know of any? Do you have an Authorised officer, safety desk officer in your agency, man?
Thank you so much
you have one
for this question. In fact, when I came here, when I got this directive that I should be here. I was wondering what it was all about. It was when I read the speech of the minister prepared that was given to me, handed to me, that I had an idea. So honestly, in my ministry, I was even asking this man, I was asking him what's, and I now, when I was giving your package, started reading some things about it. So I think you will just give me a little time. When I go back, I will, of course, I have to make a report of what I saw here and what I have been able to, the knowledge I've gotten from here, and then we take it off from there. I'm not sure the ministry has.
Okay, this is a good one. This is a good one.
Yes.
See, from here now, we are moving forward. This is a good one. Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm glad from here we'll be able to get your agency functioning to have this same thing. Okay. Let me quickly talk to our men. I want to talk to our fire director. I want to ask him this question because I know most times we are entering the time whereby we'll need them more. Harmattan period. This is your season of this when you shine across the country. But we don't praise, but unfortunately, it's always what happens every Harmattan period. Okay, sir. I want to ask you this: as an organization, do you think there are better innovative training methods that you think can utilize to improve on your men? Not if you went viral. Let me give you a case study. A video went viral in Port Harcourt, where one of the officers brought a wheelbarrow trying to teach them fire safety. Brought a wheelbarrow, they ignited the thing with fire, and was teaching them how to take off the fire. It didn't almost catch the fire. So, what innovative methods do you think you can implement to your men to help them, to bring them to speed to this latest method of fire training across the country? Because they need training. We are still living with the 1960 training that they taught them. It has gone beyond that.
Thank you so much. That's a great challenge to many of organizations in Nigeria. Our training and retraining of our workforce is very, very important. It will enlighten us, it will open our awareness to safety. And like my organization, last week, Wednesday day, precisely, a rescue, fire and rescue training center was established here in FCT, because we look at it as we add that these disasters are preventable if we take the right step at the right time. But many are ignorant. So we want to create awareness, desperate one, to all nooks and corners of the FCT. And what we thought we could do as a starting point is to establish a fire and rescue training center, and we will move out to different organizations to let them know the importance of training and retraining of their workforce, and we bring them to the center and train them at very, very low cost.
I hope you carry Osha along also. We will be there to do.
Yes, of course.
What we are doing. We are ready. We have the men.
Yes, we have unity of functions, and we work together as a team, as we have had. Okay. It is a teamwork. Nobody can do it alone. That's when we come together, we impact knowledge and skill to the people, and we train them. They become trainers to others when they go back to their various workplaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Please put us together for him. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm working with the brief of time. I may not take more questions from my text now. Now over to you. From this row, do we have a question? have any question, somebody all here to answer for you. Okay, I'll take one question from them. Please help me there with the mic for him. We'll take one question from here, from this row, like that, and then we'll close, so that we can work with time quickly. Please avoid stories, just go straight to your point, and I will know who I will marshal the question to on the panel. Your name, and the agency you present, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kingsley Chikwendo from Media Age. We've been talking about safety. We've not really talked about the private sector. Our safety guidelines that we've been enumerating today will they not translate to the private sector? What is it that the government is doing to cover safety amongst those that are working in the private sector? That's my question.
Okay, thank you. Let me give you some. Thank you
very much for your question. Before I proceed, let me thank FOSHA for this wonderful opportunity for us to exchange ideas and to contribute to the well-being of the workforce. Because usually your input will affect your output. Your output will influence the outcome, and that will have effect on the impacts of the society at large. If you check the 1999 Constitution as amended, the issue of health and safety transcends to all facets of the Nigerian society. It did not discriminate between the private and the public sector. And I tell you sincerely, from what Professor has given to us, you will understand that all of us are key players in the issue of safety. Many of us did not walk to this place. I believe you came with a car, either your own or a cab if you are not living within Abuja. What was the condition of the vehicle? Do you have any fire extinguisher in that vehicle? If the fire extinguisher is there, is it still functional? Has it expired? And so on and so forth. Health of the workforce is directly proportional to the efficiency and effectiveness that you get. And once more, I thank the organizers. I thank Mr. President, the regional president, the national president, all the coordinators for these wonderful opportunities for us to be here. And let me borrow a little solid mineral. When we got the invitation, actually, it didn't so much, the association didn't so much ring a bell. Sorry to say that.
That's okay.
And when it was sent to me as Director of Special Duties, I had to go to the internet. And I discovered that we are doing a lot. So I think you may need to do more advocacy because we need your input in all the fabrics of the workforce, not only the private, not only the public, so that our productivity can be higher. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Like we know, like maybe you don't know, we have state chapters across this federation, and this state chapter they are going to the locals, going to the communities. River State, we have gone as far as nearly all the local governments in River State, primary schools, secondary schools, we've gone everywhere. Motor parks with drivers, we interface with them. Work Safety Day, April 28th, we are at the motor park. We are there teaching them how to manage their vehicle. You don't have your tires are threadbare, how to check your brake. We have time to educate them. So this we do. But we know now that you are with us, we have come. We hope that in the next section you'll be a member of this association. You too also come and join your weight. bring your ideas, we work together, and very soon safety becomes a household name and a culture to everybody in Nigeria. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Okay, next question from this row. Anybody from this row? Nobody is gone. This row. Yes, thank you, sir. Meeting. Let's have your question. We are working with time so that we can meet up with the time allotted for us. Please, your name, your agency, no stories, the question.
My name is Mr. Chuku Francis. I'm a radiation safety officer from the state. But if your organization doesn't have an FOSHA desk, how do you set it up? And then, how do you have a template? You can advise your organization how to set this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please put your hands together for that's a very, very, very valid question. Madam, I think you will handle this for us. This is your.
Thank you very much. You just make me to read out my response to some of the things that Professor Magaji said, and I was taking notes. I wasn't chatting, I was doing my notes, or the lecture was on this phone. It's safer here than here. Now, when you talk about the issue of standards and reporting templates, we are working on it with the relevant stakeholders, even including FOSHA. We already, just like she shared the good news that she's gotten an approval for something. I know go talk and hear openly, but it's already something. And then we are also working with the other issue of incident, because following your template request is going to be your request for incident and accident reporting template. Now, with the Federal Ministry of Labor and Environment, other stakeholders, the submission, we're working on it, and there will be a submission very soon that is going to become the template and standards for organizations. In that way, we are able to collate them together and make a submission to high LO. Because actually we're supposed to, it's supposed to be a reporting that comes from everybody, and then it's collated together. That is fed to high LO. And that is what is going to be the statistics that will be read out on April 28th next year. But if you don't have a template for error reporting, for incident reporting, then we say Nigeria, no data. But we are working on it to avert that. And for the person who asked for the formal or informal sector, the news about OSH is for everybody. I was privileged to be in Lagos, and Lagos is the only state for now who has a commission for safety in the whole country. And they are crossovers now. That's a good one. And Lagos State, the governor has already released their own circular and created the cadre. So we are working down, and the Lagos team, they are going to what you have just done in River State. They are going now into the mechanic village, those workshops, to talk to them about safety. So the informal sector, our media man, you are not out of it. Safety is everybody's business. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's put your hands together for her. Okay, I think you after now, you need to. All right, the next row. Any question from there? Yes, sir. Your name, your agency, the question.
My name is Gilbert Benedict, DC of Gabriel's Resources. I've been a safety practitioner for a very long time. And also, I want to first of all thank FOSHA for what FOSHA is doing. We're part of FOSHA and we know what FOSHA is doing. But I want to bring this back home. Nigeria, as a country, how can we, we can hold seminars and conferences like this, and they don't amount to anything. Safety is beyond just adhering to rules and regulations or adhering to instructions. Is behavioral. How can we as an association, and well, I'm glad we have a lot of government agencies here, and our brother here who's also a highly placed person in society. How can we make this a Nigeria thing? When Shell came to Nigeria, you see people who work in Shell, you could differentiate how they think, how they reason, because the culture has been built, and they built over time. I say this because you see, our father here also spoke just now from fire service. What the culture we have here is really, really, really. It's I don't know the adjective to use. We need to put that consciousness. How can we? I've been asking these questions for a very long time. How can we build this national consciousness that when they see us as Nigerians, so this is how Nigerians behave. You know, this is how we behave in the country. Road safety, how safe is the road safety, for instance? The roads are not, the roads are, I stopped over one day and they were flagging me, and I stopped and I told them, I said, see, you guys are just flagging to check licenses and all that. There's a serious danger behind. There's some trickle of sound that fell on the road, and I saw that it was going to cause accident. I went to them, I said, please, there's a serious danger there. This might cause an accident. You guys should stay there. Then barricade the place. I tried to use my caution. I had caution tape in my vehicle. I was going to the site, and I did the best I could. Do you know, when by the time we were returning back in the evening, there was a serious accident on that spot caused by that sand that was stripped on the road. A lot of people died. I cried for our country. The government agencies, we talk, but we don't want to talk. How can we make this heart and mind become part of what we do, our behavior? The safety is life. Now, you was a fire incident and you call the fire service, and there's no water in the narrative. So there's no water, without due respect, sir. There's no water. Or something in the hose is not working. There's no foam. How can we consciously make this a way of life in Nigeria? Thank you. I can go on and on, but thank you.
I want to throw that, Mommy, you answer that question for us. This is not about way of life. Yeah, this is culture. Your language now. How come you can speak your language? I say a culture. So tell us, what do you think we can do? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I would stand on all existing protocols. What you just spoke about, sir, it's something that should bother anybody who wants to imbibe change in the things they do. And when I say change begins with what? With you as an individual, as a person. Just as we have learned, not just today, we know that safety is about everybody. Safety is about everybody, because the accident you talked about, or anything that will happen today, could be anybody. So it has to start with us having a rethink about the things we do. Okay, if you look at it maybe at organizational level, shift a little bit to management and management commitment to enhancing safety in the workplace. How? Putting the policies together, supporting. Our sister here just talked about an approval to do something. I have my desk officer for us sitting here. He brings up something that he has identified, maybe taken from here, and the file comes and it stays and it's not being responded to because people think there are other things that are more important. That is not it. So, well, the place of management commitment is taking it. Safety generally, what does it do? Apart from, I want to start from that little, because until, in fact, from your home, if you don't imbibe the culture of safety, for example, then you have issues. You have to understand and know how to tell your children that water pouring on the tile, can be hazardous, it can be dangerous. And you have to let them know the things they need to do to mitigate that. Then you have to also bring it, like I said, to the workplace. If you have a slanting area, you have to put cautions to let people know that you don't work there. I have witnessed in my organization, I have somebody slip over the staircase, hit the head and whatever. He didn't die immediately, but it eventually happened. Then, of course, because if we begin to do that, and then sensitization, we cannot write down policies, we cannot write down, we have come here, we've talked, and go, and we just leave. We have to learn to implement, and implementation is by what? Sensitize. Someone who is doing it right must be given the opportunity to always talk about, like, Madam, she talked about, the issue about the chair for the party. Ask the question, what about the junior officer
Wow, how about letting people know how they should talk about the things that are affecting them? I would give an example. It may be a little secret between me and you. Where I sat there, the seat is low. I'm kind of, because I'm big, it's obvious. And I'm stuck up there. And my knees began to, and I quickly told him, I said, we're talking safety here. I'm distressed. And I told him, I said, I'm distressed. He knows. I said, you're either relocating you, I'm avoiding this induction because I'm not concentrating anymore. So, and we have to, as management, we have to also let people, be able to air their views, and we take it as constructive, and that is needed for us to do the things we do. For me, I've taken so much here that I think, of course, begin with us management, and then take it down. Let people be able to express themselves. But first and foremost, people have to know that change begins with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, is that what you can do for that wonderful? If she was called upon to come and just give this 5 minutes, do you know what you'll pay $10? Please, can you clap for her again, please? Thank you. Please pass the mic to Madam. She wants to quickly also encourage on that saying,
Thank you. Please, I want to add, she has said so much, and I want to add, Nigerians are not too difficult to control. We may have this culture that we can't change anybody. You can change the system if it begins with you. I remember there was an administration that was in this country, and everybody was doing the right thing. There was an administration in this country some years ago, and everybody was doing the right thing. If you go to the banks, everybody queues. If you go here, everybody does the right thing. So it starts from leadership. If our leaders can be aware of safety issues, there will be policies put in place, the right infrastructure will be there. Because I remember there was a time I lived somewhere in a state, and the governor was so particular about dumping of refuse. He provided the right infrastructure. And also enforcement is very, very necessary. It's key. Most of our law enforcement officers should be on their feet. Because if one person knows that when you do this, if you cross the boundary that you're going to be punished, and they are punished, then others will take it as a cue. So it can be a top-bottom approach or a bottom-top approach. The bottom concerns our children. Why can't we talk of inculcating or putting in the curriculum safety for our children? And then us can also be going from school to school and have, so that because if your child knows it, if that child will even correct you. So those are the approaches. You can do top to bottom. So Nigerians are not too difficult to change. We can change Nigerians.
Thank you. Thank you. I will come to you. Lisa. Let's work with that. A female. Yes, that lady in glasses. Let's hear from her. And then we'll take the last question so that we can close this session, please. Time is not on our part.
Thank you very much. And
your name, your agency, and the point.
Okay, my name is Rhoda Theoden, and I'm from Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority. I want to appreciate my sisters that are up there. They just picked it from me. I was just going to say that the lead speaker gave us a lot to take home. But the most important thing is that here in Nigeria, even though my sister, the last speaker, said, we are not difficult people. And I remember the regime where we were made to stand on queue and we got used to it and we're doing it. So in a situation like this, talking about safety, the lead speaker gave a practical example. And I'm sure if we go back to our homes and decide to go on an inspection, we'll discover something. He said he discovered that the toilet in his room. So what do? We have talked about safety protocols, awareness, sensitization, effective communications, and all that. But I think we should go beyond that. We should have audits, we should have in place a committee, or if we have the decks like I had here today. I don't know about this organization. I'm just coming across it just yesterday when I was invited. How much are our staff in MDAs aware about safety nets and whatever that we have in our organizations? And how often do we inspect and audit to see that we are working in a safe environment? I think we should go beyond the talk and walk the talk. We should have safety audits, inspections at all times to ensure that where the staff are working are really safe. You can go to an organization and see a big hall. I saw an office. In fact, I lost the heel of my shoe in one office. I was coming down the steps. It just got full. And before I knew it, I left and my leg was on the ground. And it's a big office. So we should be more proactive. Enough of this talk. We can be having seminars year in, year out, month in, month out. But please, and then let our staff, let the people working in an environment be assured that they can report any issue and there's no reprisal action for them. Thank you very much.
That's not a question. Thank you for that chat. That's the last question. Give it to him. That's the last question. And then let's wrap up this session. Please, your name and the question, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Victor, Government Consultant. This is more like a scenario situation. For example, once you think about the financial aspect of health and safety, I think people will begin to sit down. Just by being here, I've seen a situation whereby somebody has poured water on the floor. It's not been cleaned up. There are no signs. I'm walking and sleep on the floor. No problem. I inform my insurance, and then suddenly there's a claim for £200,000 minimum, maybe 1 million. Suddenly, MOSHA, Nigeria, MOSHA UK, facing a potential liability. So something that's happened culturally. So I think when people look at financial impact of health and safety, I think things
that's Charles, thank you so much. So let's take one more question.
Okay, lady, let's take on the everybody. Thank you also for this wonderful opportunity. And I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. I've learned so much about so much. I just want to ask Ajia that I've successfully gotten approval. Just a question. Did you just handle it as a desk officer or you constituted committee? Because at various MDAs, we have ways of buying in, getting people to buy in into new projects. So I just want to have an idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm Farida Sambo, Bureau of Public Procurement. Thank you.
When the directive came from the head of service, mandating all MDAs to establish desk office, occupational safety and health desk office. Our ministry went into action. The DS inaugurated desk officer headed by occupational desk officer who held a meeting and then planned on what next to be done. We initially carried out several meetings, but it was all in vain because occupational safety is very expensive. When we submitted the budget, it was thrown back. So The next thing we did was, being that is domiciled in the department where the debt officer is working, we now said, why don't you make it like an activities in the department so that we can use part of what we have in the department to implement one activity. So a letter came from FOSHA Association requesting the ministry to give them the approval to sit down and work out a modality on how to implement occupational safety in the ministry. We held the meeting, we wrote back the reports, and then in our recommendation, we requested that the management should give an approval for the top management of the ministry to be sensitized on what is occupational safety in the workplace. We added that if it is possible, the whole staff should be sensitized on what is occupational safety in the workplace. The next thing was, there is no money. But because we agree on collaboration with FOSHA, that one of what they can do to us is that they can sensitize us freely. We now wrote back to the minister that the sensitization is free. They said, oh, you can go ahead. But you remember that you can't gather staff for 2 or 3 hours without refreshment. And that is where we came back and then source for money within the department using ERGP of another. Then it was approved. You can go ahead. Since it is at no cost to the ministry. And so, in the next 1 or 2 weeks, we'll go ahead and start the implementation. Thank you very much.
In fact, I'm sure all MDAs need to borrow a strategy. Borrow a strategy. This is management. Yes. Give Oga, no, Madam will talk last. Oga, that you want to say that in your stomach. Please tell us now.
Okay. A quick one.
Yes.
There's a book called Building System to Attitude. If you can lay hold on that book, no matter how hot or difficult your boss is, no matter how hot your subordinate is, if you maintain a good attitude towards him or her, he or she will melt down and, especially in terms of safety, party within you. Now, Oga mentioned my day briefly, so that's why I want to quickly
to that
react.
Okay, quickly.
In the olden days, they may call fire service and say no water, no diesel. Nowadays, it is a crime to for that to occur. I want to appreciate the Honorable Minister of FCT, His Excellency Barrister Wike Eason. His handwriting all the FCT. It doesn't safety of lives and property lightly, and it has broken up. Everybody, including fire service, to if or our duty. Okay, see all the premises ignorant that are just putting their workforce at risk unnecessarily. Go and repair this while it is not safe to do so. Well, later, everywhere in your generator house, the director is working, and you at the same time go and carry out a repair or professional. It's not long, it's not early, it's not good. So we are going to go out seriously to all the premises and do the necessary.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I want to give the last speaker by you. I want him to say something. 1 minute, man. Okay. So there was a composition of a committee, and that's what she's been waiting to hear since. Because after you finished, you didn't mention that she didn't clap and I was watching her. So you mentioned this one now. She said you have said it. Please, can you clap for her now? Thank you, ma'am. Sir, do you live in FCT here? Yes, him. Yes, sir.
Yes, I live in.
He just said something that the Honorable Minister, FCT, there is handwriting, is everywhere. Can you explain how it is in your own agency? What is working? On safety, let us.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Yes.
I want to appreciate the organizers of the sitting. I'm also thanking my senior colleagues because I've been wondering whether if I have a bulletproof vest against questions. You have not sent any questions to me. So I was thinking I will escape. Let me say I stay in Abuja here, and my house is still within the same place where my office is. So I don't go such. So I will not be able to say. But however, I noticed that the issue of parking on this road, I have seen the staff of FCT coming in to take control.
That's bringing some level of sanity and safety to the people.
I have seen them coming to that. Let me respond to some of these issues that have been raised.
Please do so.
For me, I represent the National Board for Technical Education. NBT is a regulatory agency. And I have a question there. Umar referred to the private sector. What is the level of their involvement? The National Board for Technical Education as a regulatory agency has come up with the issue of skills. I don't know, my first presenter is away. We have the issue of skills. And for skills, we have developed in conjunction with the Sector Skill Council, I think the Sector Skill, yes. The Sector Skill Council, it is their responsibility to develop the LOS. So the private sector is highly involved in that activity. I don't know, do we have any qualified assessor in this op? Anybody that has been trained as an assessor?
It's only Prof and one other person.
Okay.
Yes,
I want to add that as an assessor, if I go to the field to assess a candidate or a student, for example, let's say photography. While assessing him for photography, I am assessing him for safety. I don't know. I am assessing him for safety. What are the safety measures he has engaged in the course of his duty? I also want to say, Madam said the schools should inculcate this into the curriculum. I think in the NOS, we have safety. Safety is important, I don't know, how do I call it? It's a compulsory unit course you must do in any of the skills area. Yes, whichever of the skills, whether you are in media, you are in auto, you are in photography, safety is one of the courses you have to take. So this is what we have been doing, and we are doing that in conjunction with OSHA. They are our great partner. Thank you.
Thank you. If we continue, they go break, no go come up from here. Now, but as we close, Madam has something to quickly read out. Yes. Observation. Okay, observe. Observe. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Yeah, this is my third time of participating in OSHA's training, and I noticed that police are not part of this training. They are not represented. and then they should be a critical stakeholders. I give example, the roadblock. The culture of roadblock is disastrous. At times you see it in a meandering form.
You start that topic now. No.
So please, sir, I am suggesting that
it is good you mentioned this, and I've asked Dr. Aliyu to note our next conference. Police headquarters, Edet House, ensure you are there that we bring some of them to this place. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, the Minister of State for Police was presented, but for police affairs, I don't know why. Okay, he went out. Okay, please give the mic to Dr. Dauchi. I'm sure it's about the police team.
Thank you. It's an interesting session. Fantastic, so to say that a lot has been said, and we have a lot to take away. That fundamentally, whatever or despite our shortcomings, I know that we have achieved a lot. FOSHA associated in Nigeria. We started from nowhere. We have reached somewhere. Well, what am I saying? When we started like jokers. We went to the immigration headquarters. We were with the highest person there. We want to initiate them to say, this is a paramilitary body, it's a security outfit. What do they have to do with any safety program? Meanwhile, they do not even have a department of safety. You can imagine the kind of, sorry to say, mentality. Even with the road safety, when we started, then we have created impact in road safety itself. So road safety have a changed mind about safety itself. We have improved their safety programs, knowledge. We have added value to their own programs. So I think we have done a lot. We are coming. The police have issues, I'm sorry to say. It's only God that will solve their matter. We have tried over years to capture them. They were busy doing nothing. Even the highest body in the police headquarters, we have sat down with them, but no result. So, madam, I'm just trying to remind you that one day we'll capture. Definitely we'll capture them.
Thank you. Thank you. Doctor, just to help you, the current IGP, police, incidentally, both of us belong to the same security association. He gives a listening ear. In that same conference we had in Hilton, that was August, he was in that conference. I also chaired a panel session like this. And I posed a question to him. The chairman of ASPAN, Association Security Association in Nigeria, he asked the question, can we have a desk office in every police headquarters in Nigeria so that we can easily liaise with the police and the association? You know what he said? He said, I'm here from today. I'm the #1 man. I'm your desk officer in headquarters. Let me see any CP that will not be a desk officer. So that's why most times we will bring them here so that they can take decision right there. So I can assure you, if you can reach him again, he gives listening here. Just last week here, I was also in another association, Society for Peace and Practitioner. He's there as a member. He's my fellow, we are fellow members. He came. So he gives listening here. I'm not campaigning for him, but I've seen him in 2 different fora now, and I saw the way he reacts to issues. So I'm sure if we try this time, we will get it. We will get it, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate the panelists. Thank you for your various contributions. As far as safety is concerned, there's no doubt it's a mutual obligation. We all have to be involved in it. And as far as culture is concerned, we're doing a lot. And
the best solution to all these our discussions is just by way of enforcement. We have been clamoring for that, and we hope very soon that will be accepted. When there is enforcement, then we can do so many things. Now, as far as firefighters are concerned, there are so many ways that we can help each other. There was a research we did when the incident of markets getting burned on a regular basis, a monthly basis in this country. And our research shows that just because of this fuel and generator, one shot, when it happens in one, that's all. We came up with a solution. Let all major markets have just one single generator that can power up. That way, avoid a situation whereby each and every shop will have a generator and they'll have a keg of fuel. But that's because there's no enforcement. Attitude to response to that is just negligence. What are they going to do if we don't do what they say? It's very easy. Come together, contribute money. Buy one gen, let it power up. But because no enforcement about this. And the issue of firefighting, fire incident, market is still happening every day. As far as police is concerned, on each and every election, police die. NYC corps members die. And we came up with a fantastic solution. It's a safety expert. Look, enforcement agencies have your boundaries when it comes to election. Let the safety professionals, let them draw the line. When you are needed, you come in. By so doing, we avoid so many things. But just because of the funding, as far as election is concerned, INEC has not been able to do what? FOSHA. We had a very fantastic arrangement with the NYSC boss then. We had a collaboration in place just to marshal it out before that election. But it didn't happen. I pray any coming general election now, that will happen. There should be a safety professionals front. Then all of us can come in to save life. So what I'm saying in essence is that when we contribute together to provide solutions, when we manage our safety very well, knowing fully well the safety is for you, is for me, is for everybody, then we'll all be safe as far as safety is concerned. Thank you. God bless you.
Put your hands together for our regional president, His Royal Highness. I think let's take the last. Okay, it's quiet, sir. Quiet.
Sorry, I just want to add one thing that I think the president has not mentioned. Like the saying goes, you cannot clap with one hand. The fact that all the MDAs or private sector desk offices are being set up, there is no effective follow-up from the side of OSHA. So what OSHA is trying to do now is to set up an effective follow-up and lobbying team that will be going around to coordinate and liaise with the MDAs, so that there will be, like we have been saying, a kind of a reporting system or reporting format that can be followed up from time to time, so that there will be better coordination between OSHA and these different various MDAs, these offices. I think this is what we have been discussing with the president. This team should be set up immediately, that we effectively following up the issue of all systems or all programs of the FDAs as far as training and other activities are concerned with OSHA. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you. Thank you. We'll take the last from the head of service.
Thank you so much. Well, continue from where Oga just finished. The aspect of monitoring and evaluation of implementation is not OSHA's mandate. OSHA's mandate as an association is to stay within the purview that safety is what they do. And the style, or I want to say the strategy that OSHA has been using is what we should continue to be using. And then I want to say our USP, unique selling point as OSHA, I'm speaking as OSHA now, as a FOSHA, is that we work with our National Safety Advocacy Project. In that case, we go through that strategy. So I hope that Dr. Liu is taking note of that. That in that case, you are not crossing the boundaries. I don't want us to talk openly. You know some challenges you are having with some ministries who thinks that you have taken over their job in the country, so that we don't cause issues. Now, what I want to say is in response to the question that was mentioned earlier. Well, openly to everybody, I'm giving my colleague behind me an assignment. When we are going to do the OSH Desk Officer 2.0 training early next year, our ministry, Science and Tech, is going to come and present their case study. So let's clap for her. So she's going to be writing a report on how they did it and how they got to where they are and the report. Now, finally, these are the steps you need to take, madam. The first of all is that you need to pick up your circular from the head of Civil Service Administration, which is what OSHA has been using to penetrate into the MDAs they are working with. So the circular, then number two, we have a communique that was issued from the OSH Desk Officer Training 1.0. You've seen it. And this communique has been sent to the permanent secretaries. So you have to have that to add to whatever you want to submit with your memo. Number three, then you identify if your office has an OSH Desk Officer already in view of the recent postings that have taken place. Like I've told my sister at the back, go back to your home office, check, and I'm going to check my own role. We have the list of all the desk officers. Do you have a solid mineral desk officer? We have already trained, but you are not aware where you are. Then we also need to know the bottlenecks that these desk officers, that's what I passed to you to announce. Number four, then you write your memo for the establishment. Then number five, contact us for any support. I have a dynamic PAMSEC, so I'm not surprised of what he's going to get today. He's penetrating his colleagues. He's penetrating all the PAMSECs. And our Mama, we call her Mama, the head of the Service Federation, is in support of what we are doing. So if you're having challenge, you write to us, then we take it up. It will now come through the top to the permanent secretary. The permanent secretary will now work with the ministers. Then I don't have money, I don't have money. It will come as a mandate. Finally, you also need to be sure of the training or activities you want to do. And that is where I'm speaking now as a FOSHA. You come through the people who can deliver. So that when you're running your activity, you network what we call collaboration. So that by the time you do, that was how OSHA penetrated defense. And they call me from defense because I'm a defense staff before I went to a head of service. They call me, are you aware of this or this? I used to joke with engineer. I say, anywhere where you go for this Abuja, they will call me, say you enter. So make I know where you go. Because they will say head of service, he gave us a number. Is it true? So please, if you're having challenges, and plus the advice he has given you, these are the steps you take. Some other ministries, they are not making noise, but they are already established. Finance has done something. Transport has done something. OSHA has penetrated into these places. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Our time is well spent. We will not go beyond this again so that we don't eat into Mary Jane's. Please, all the panelists with... Okay, let's give Oga 60 seconds. It's very many. 60 seconds.
Thank you very much. The 60 seconds will be a bit too much. Actually, I don't know whether you have a regulatory body behind you. Because if you have a regulatory body, that is what will empower you to do whatever you are doing under the legal framework. And the issue of pleading with any MDA will not arise. So yours is a very broad professional stream that you have so many professions. In fact, there's no MDA that will not get members. My advice is that you work within yourselves, approach the National Assembly, and get a regulatory body that will help you to implement your programs. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, he has given us one of the best advice. We'll work on it, and I'm sure the next conference we will hear the progress of how far we have gone on that advice. And so we'll just take photographs now with everybody. Yes, I know it's on. Gone far, just a little more. The last phase is where we are. So please, KBC and the Council of Fellows, Chairman, let's have my camera.
All right, while that is going on, please, while that photograph is going on, let's take it quietly. I want to make welcome Engineer Dr. Walaka, the Executive Director, Middle East and African Region. Engineer, are you there now, please? Kindly unmute yourself, sir, please. Unmute yourself. Yes, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me, please? Can you hear me, please? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Sir, please go ahead. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, engineer, we can hear you. We can hear you. Go on.
Hello?
Engineer,
Okay,
we
thank
can
you
hear
so
you.
much.
We can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me stand on the existing protocol and also appreciate the commitment of Nigerian region for this wonderful event we are holding today in Nigeria. Actually, I'm there with everyone in the spirit and influence. I also want to appreciate the regional president, His Royal Majesty, Dr. Olusegun Aderemi, for his wonderful works and his team. Doctor, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Sir. Can you hear me, doctor?
Yes, engineer, go ahead. We can hear you clear. Go ahead.
You can hear me clear. Okay, fine. So what I'm trying to say is that we are doing a just work. We are doing the needful this day, capturing on the topic, accelerating health and safety management system to improve productivity. And you agree with me that we have done justice to these topics. And I'm very happy with the development so far. And I can say the issue of compliance, the issue of walking the talk is where we need to focus. The issue of procedure and process is where we also need to focus. And this event, as usual, is not just to gather to speak English and go back home, but I'm looking at it that everyone is taking something back home. And at the end of the day, we are all going to implement it. And following what the last speaker said, which is a major instrument the OSH Association Nigerian region is trying to work out now, which is the OSH Association bill, which is still at the National Assembly. I can assure you that in this current presidency, we are going to achieve that OSH bill. And once we get that chartered, I think that will be a strong instrument to mandate every NDA, mandate every organization to comply as far as health and safety is concerned. We started that movement last 2 years. We are now heading to the third reading before this new president administration come into power. Now, another area of concern for me is changing the mentality of our leaders. That is where the problem lies. The mentality of Nigerian leaders need to change. If it doesn't change, we are not heading anywhere. I'm having serious meeting with the Egypt regional president
that have signed a strong MOU with United Nations so that we can have enough funding to have a serious meeting with leaders, with ministers, with commissioners, with governors to change the narrative as far as safety is concerned. And that is the only way we can get safety working in that system. I can also assure you, with my new position, trying the issue of safety in Africa, our association as a platform, as a vehicle, is changing the narrative in Africa. Things is working in Europe. Things are working in America. We are not animals. We are human beings with the same brain, with the same senses, with the same ideology, not minding the color. So we need to sit up as leaders. I appreciate my Madam Dr. Comfort Adosho, who have supported this institution to get to where it is. I have also want to appreciate other leaders who are pushing. People are dying every day. We need to wake up. Punishment needs to be put on ground. In Dubai, as I speak now, you litter the train, you pay 20 dirhams. Right there and then, not to take it to court. In the UK, as I speak, you violate the law, you litter the environment, you violate any law, you pay there and then. Within 1 week is done, dusted and clean. That is the leadership. The government is the leadership. We as human beings, as professionals, we are trying our best. We are pushing, but it looks as if nothing is working. It looks as if nothing is working. When we went to National Assembly to sensitize them, they told us that we need to put them in Transcorp Hilton. They told us that we need to feed them for 2 days. They even told us that we need to give them honorarium for training them. That is how bad the country is. But we are not relating to that. We are not sitting back. To hold that event where we are now costs millions. No sponsorship, no support from any source. And we are holding such an event with a lot of international inputs, contributions, and also commitments. So I can tell you, notwithstanding the failures, we can change the narrative. We can change the narrative. We can change the narrative. Let's keep pushing until we get the leader. That is why in America, in the UK, everywhere, safety starts from the top. If it's not from the top, forget it. We have had events like that where we have ministers seated, up to 4 ministers, no representatives. In some cases, for me, I will tell you, the honorable minister, we need you. We don't need the representative. We need you to come and see. This is more important than SEC meeting. We are talking of life of Nigerians, not SEC meeting. It's more serious. So we need to get to the point where we need to get it done. But I can assure Nigerians, with the support of our leaders, and we are planning a conference in 2024, we will move them because they like traveling. We will move them to UK. We will move them to America. We'll find a way to change their brain, change their mentality. They want to travel. We'll move them to the traveling, then change their mentality. I love what Madam is doing in the head of service. And they love what the SPAMSEC is doing. That is why we are getting the ministers on board, getting governors on board, getting everybody on board. Because that is where the real problem is. Forget, we don't have problems. All we seated in this hall today have no problems. We understand the narrative, we understand the issues. The infrastructure needs to be put in place. The system needs to be put in place. Then before the procedure will follow. When the father is misbehaving, the children will become bastards. That is the way it works. At this point, I want to congratulate everybody. With my new office, we have to, as I'm talking to you, also navigating with the conference ongoing right now as I speak in Dubai. That is the World Conference on Climate Change. We are involved, fully involved. So we need to change the narrative. But I assure everybody, coming 2024, going ahead, Africa will be a new face. We will get it done. I salute my leaders. I salute the international leaders who are always behind Nigerians. And I believe we are going to do it. With the UN events, the UN MOU that have been signed, we are going to push resources to Africa. Millions of dollars will flow to change resources. They don't have money, but they have money to buy cars. They have money to do things. We will enter the government to change the narrative. I assure everybody, Africa is the new future, and we'll get it done. Thank you, and I thank you for the opportunity given to me to serve. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Please, we want to go into a very important phase in today's meeting. I might need to skip so many activities for today. You pardon me because of time. And you believe that all that we have done, we've not wasted time. So I will skip a lot of things today. Can you all listen to me, please? Thank you. We want to do something very, very important to OSH Association Nigerian region. But before we do that, because it is going to be moving from one tenor to another tenor. So before we do that, I want to call on the current regional president for his speech. He has a special speech for today's meeting. I want to call on him. Please, let's be on our feet as we make welcome His Royal Highness, Dr. Ambassador Olusegun Aderemi for his speech. Please, let's be on our feet and put our hands together for him. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, delegates, and participants. It is with great pleasure and honor that I stand before you today as the regional president of the FOSHA Association Nigeria region. On this profound occasion at the 13th International Safety Conference and Awards 2023. I extend my warmest welcome to each and every one of you who have gathered here to participate in this significant event. The theme for this year's conference, Accelerating Safety and Health Management Systems to Improve Productivity in the Workplace, encapsulates the essence of our shared commitment to creating safer and healthier work environment. We should also recognize that a strong safety culture is not only a moral imperative, but also a strategic advantage for organizations. We live in a world where businesses and industries are constantly evolving and new challenges arise every day. As we strive for growth and progress, it is imperative that we do not overlook the well-being and safety of our most valuable assets, the workforce. They are the backbone of any organizations, and their physical and mental well-being should be at the forefront of our priorities. A robust safety and health management system is the cornerstone of any successful organization. It does not only safeguard the lives and health of employees, but also contributes to the increased productivity, reduce downtime, heighten employees' confidence, and improve overall business performance. By creating a safe and healthy work environment, we can foster a culture of excellence and ensure sustainable growth for our organizations. Today, I would like to emphasize on the importance of three key pillars in accelerating safety and health management systems in our workplaces: leadership commitment, employee engagement, and continuous improvement. Firstly, leadership commitment is a vital driving a culture of safety within an organization. Leaders must lead by example and demonstrate unwavering commitment to safety and health. They must allocate the necessary resources like funding, establish clear policies,
and provide adequate training and support to their employees. It is through their commitment and actions that a safety-conscious culture can be fostered. Secondly, employee engagement is crucial for the success of any safety and health management system. Workers must be actively involved in identifying hazards, suggesting improvements, and participating in safety programs. Their input and feedback are invaluable in developing effective safety policies and procedures. When employees feel valued and empowered, they become proactive safety ambassadors, creating a safer work environment for everyone. Lastly, continuous improvement is a fundamental principle in safety and health management. We must strive for excellence by regularly assessing our systems, identifying areas of improvement, and implementing corrective measures. This requires a proactive approach to risk management, integrating emerging technologies, and staying abreast with industry best practices. By continuously evolving and adapting, we can stay ahead of potential hazards and ensure a safer and healthier workplace. As leaders, professionals, and stakeholders, we have a collective responsibility to create a safe and healthy work environment that fosters productivity, innovation, and growth. Let us harness the power of collaborations, innovation, and education to build a culture of safety that permeates every industry and workplace. In conclusion, let us seize this opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to accelerating safety and health management systems in the workplace. Together, we can create a future where every worker feels safe, valued, and empowered. I extend my gratitude to all the participants of today, sponsors, and all those who have made this conference possible. May our deliberations lead to tangible actions, which we have done, and positive outcomes that will benefit not only our organizations, but also the broader society. Remember, this is your safety, it is my safety, and it is our safety. Where we create an oasis of sanity within our environment, the whole place will be a better place and a safer place for all. Thank you all. God bless you.
Please, you can clap better. Thank you so much. This is very remarkable because that is the last speech from the current president, Occupational Safety and Health Association, UK Nigerian region, for the first tenure that is ending today. And another tenure begins today. So put your hands together for us association as we transition into another tenure of leadership as regards the regional president. And to take this transition mandate, I want to call on the chairman, Transition Planning Committee. Please, if you are outside, come inside. This moment is very critical for this meeting. I want to call on the chairman, Transition Planning Committee, Dr. Chris Mitchell Osazua, to take us through this transition. Thank you. Please put your hands together and ensure you are recording this. It is very important. Media, ensure you are recording this because it is very important to us as an association. Thank you.
Maybe you don't have something. You won't tell from my chapter. No, that's how they do it now. No, I don't tell
Thank you. We've gone far. We are just at the tail end of today's program. After now, you're going to witness accelerated move of the event because we'll be going into lots of inductions. That's where you see the beauty, the colors, you know, of our program. We don't have time. I wish we could play a very brief clip of
during his tenure, the last 3 years, what we've achieved in his tenure. He came 3 years ago as our regional president. I remember we met in Dubai 2020. That's when we met in Dubai for a conference. And then that's when he told me that, well, he has just been elected. Until we get back to Nigeria, we'll see him coming in. And really, in the last 3 years, we've never had this good. You know, we've been able to penetrate so many frontiers, so many barriers we've broken. And one of the major instruments that he used, you know, to achieve a whole lot is the instrumentality of the National Safety Advocacy Project, which the very day was installed, he called a press conference and he said, "This is my mission." He made it very clear. I was in that press statement in Hilton. Yes, I was at Hilton, Transport Hilton. I was there with him. Dr. Walaga was there, and a few of us were all there. And he said, "This is my mission. This is my baby project. I want to see how we can use this instrumentality to reach out across the nooks and crannies of this country." And the next event we had, we brought in the Minister of Health, just briefly after the COVID-19 experience. We brought him in as a patron of that event. He unveiled, the Minister, Dr. Inaire, he unveiled that, you know, that project. And for me, as the chairman of Rivers State, I took it hook, and sinker. I went to my state, I called my committee together, and we started running with that vision. And today, I make boast to say that Rivers State is the pioneer state that took that his vision and said, we will run with this vision until we see the end of that vision. That vision took us to over 50 schools in Rivers State. We engaged 3,605 students across the state. We went to motor parks, we went to local government, we went to the security sector, Nigerian vigilante. There's no place we did not enter. Free safety training, free. We're not paying. I bought one of my vehicles, the Sienna. I told my staff, we designed a jacket. We are going for move every day. We are going one school to the other. After training all those students and those teachers, we now retrain the teachers again as safety ambassadors in their to continue with that vision. And today, just one man's vision gave us hope. Just like our president would say, renewed hope. His own gave us hope. I don't know his statement is, and I don't know the statement of the new incoming person. I don't know what he will say as his own statement when the new comment come to say his own. I don't know. But we went to that vision, we ran with it, and we saw we conquer. Today in Rivers State, safety is like everybody knows about safety. We've not stopped. We are still doing it. We are still going. Our last event just 2 weeks ago in Rivers State, somebody said, "I've never seen a safety program like this in this state." We put everybody in that state, they came in. From all walks of life, it was like, wow. Because an association could do this, we said, yes, we are running with one man's vision. And that dream ended today. I want to say thank him for me. Thank him for Rivers State. Thank him for Nigeria. Abia State took the same challenge. Lagos State took the same. Other state began to take some challenge. Even Ogun State, she's here. One of our state chapter leaders is here. She also took the same challenge. She was doing so much across the state. And today, sir, that vision you gave us on that day, I want to tell you that you have done well. We've seen your works. You've opened frontiers for us. You know that today, Usher, all of you gathered here today, it is as a result of that same vision he gave to all of us. And we hope that the new incoming president, sure he has left so big, I wonder if the new person will be able to wear it. And I hope that he wears it well. Because just like you said, Wike is here. And I called one of the senior PAMSEC here 2 days ago. He said, you know, since this man came, he don't sleep again. He just laughed. I said, this is the beginning. Yes, I'm in Rivers State. He will walk. He will see his handwriting. He will deliver. I can assure you. If it is work, he will walk. Yes, you will see it. But you will allow other goes with the work. Because an action, he doesn't sleep, so you will not sleep. He's a workaholic. He works to the core. And we hope that FCT will be a pride that today we all want to Dubai. Someday, countries will be running down to Abuja to say, I'm going to FCT. We're going to Abuja. It will come to that. By the time we put these structures, and I'm sure our current president is not sleeping, he's working on the clock. I'm not a politician. I don't belong to any political party in the first place. But I believe in our leaders. I pray for them every day, for them to do good. Because if they do it well, you and I will enjoy it too. Is that not so? God bless Nigeria. And so I want to call some of the transition committee members. I won't do this alone. I want to call them, those who are here. If you are here, you hear your name as members of the transition committee. Please, I want you to step forward, join us as we announce the new.
Let me help you with your name, sir.
Okay, please go ahead.
Dr. Dalhatu Mohammed Ahmed, Chairman, Council of Fellows.
Put your hands together for him as he comes forward. Imagine me this small boy, the youth of my father, you know, they helped me. They helped me.
Administrator, Nigeria Region. Dr. David Simon Oluwafemi, Deputy Vice Chancellor, SFAM University, Benin Republic.
Please come, please come.
Ehimi Kurai Harrison, Chief of Staff to the Country Regional Administrator.
Where's Harrison?
Engineer Christian Oyibo, Chairman, FCC Chapter. And joining us online, Engineer Dr. Emmanuel Walaka, Executive Director, Middle East and African Region, OSHA UK.
These great men you see standing here, some of them could not make it for, you know, their tight schedule. We saw that the letter of expression was sent to across every qualified fellows in the country. Some called me. The first thing they asked me, Dr. Chris, are you in the race? I said, did you not get your letter to qualify, to express yourself? Why are you asking me? He said, no, we're asking because if you say you did, if KBSC say he wants to run again, we will give up, we will not get involved. I said, incidentally, I know they, and I know one thing, because I never reached to pay. I never reached to pay, you know, and so I encouraged them, you are free, go ahead and all that. Some said, okay. I didn't pay. That is the popular slang of my governor, my former governor. He didn't do, no day. Yes, if he didn't do, he didn't do. All right, and then we filtered all the expressions that came in. You know, tried to select without any bias. OSHA is a transparent organization. We made it very clear and open to everybody to run. And I was surprised. We saw a new this thing came in expression. The president said, I want to try again. If I will be able to be selected. If I have done well, this is my scorecard in the last 3 years. These are my qualifications. We found nobody. Please, among everybody. And then we all put our heads together. We did the right thing. The first time, we all had one voice. If we do this for 3 years, it means another 3 years, he will do times 2 of what he has done. So I will transfer the authority to the Chairman Council of Fellows to announce to you. I will not be able to announce that because the hierarchy is not to me. Even though I'm the Chairman Committee of this transition, the hierarchy, you give people the guidance, they are due. No, sir, you announce it. So I will allow him to announce who the new incoming regional president, Nigerian region, MOSHA will be, and then we'll present him to you. And from today, that person becomes, you know, the new Nigerian regional president.
Thank you very much, Doctor. It's a pleasure once again to be with you on this podium. Based on the background presented by our speaker, we have done a thorough job. We have looked at the degree of our former president. He doesn't reside in Abuja. He lives in Lagos. I'm a very tight man, not on Lagos, always in the US, in the UK, all over the world. But he creates time for this association. He gives time for this association. Based on that, we decided that we should be able to run, consolidate all these achievements. It is my singular privilege on behalf of the Transition Committee to announce to you our new president, His Royal Majesty, Dr. Ambassador Olusegun Aderemi, Yafi, Usa, for the second tenure of 3 years. We wish you a successful tenure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. May we therefore request the presence of His Royal Highness Ambassador Dr. Olusegun Aderemi to step forward. He will join us if you clap very well for him. We'll be happy. Sir, before we hand over the mic to you to give your very brief speech, we want the Chairman Council of Fellows to decorate you. Our media men out there, this is where we need you most, please.
Ladies and gentlemen,
in case you don't know, he's a direct descendant of the Oduduwas. Our family is not just a first-class Oba, the first-class chief in his domain. He's the Oba of Ekiti. And then there's so much, the Ayatoro of Ekiti land. There's so much. If you start telling you his degrees today, you'll be shocked. The of Aramoko Ekiti. And that is the second bit of civilization in the Ekiti state. You're welcome.
thank you, Dr. Dalati. Just wait, okay. You have to be with me. You have always been with me. You have to be with me. We just each and everyone to know that I actually leverage on the existing performance and success that my predecessor, I'm talking about not the last administration before the last administration, Dr. Dalati. The process he built was actually what I leveraged on. I want to assure you that I'm still going to continue to leverage on it because it developed so much. It connected so much as far as this is. And when you have a very good enabling ground to strive, don't deviate from that. So, for all what Dr. Chris has been saying about me, about this last administration, all the successes and the kudos goes to Dr. Dalati. And I also want to confirm this, that all my strengths throughout the last administration was a borrowed strength from all the state chapter chairmen. I have Dr. Chris here. I have Peace, Ambassador Peace here. I have Dr. Madu, and so many other people. And in addition to this, profoundly and effectively, particular person that has stood by me in making sure I record success is Professor Morgaji. Is he here? There's one interesting thing about this professor. It's very young and dynamic. And as far as this country is concerned,
There's nowhere, no office that we go that does not know anybody. You must know somebody. As far as this Abuja is concerned, there's no office we enter, you must know somebody there. And he's so passionate about this drive. He's a lover of safety. And he's been with me ever since I emerged the last tenure. And I'm happy that I still have people like this around me. In my place, there's a saying that if the fish has a success and that fish is very happy, it's because of the water, the clean water that is not troubled water. When you see a fish doing very well, the fish can even come out from the water, jump up and come back, just because the water is not a troubled water and it's not a poisonous water. And that is the way and the best way I can describe my people that have worked with me, that have stood by me with a great passion to make sure we continue to save life. And this is our responsibility. And as far as saving life is concerned, we just have zero tolerance for inadherence to safety rules and regulation. We have started, we're taking it everywhere. One of the panelists was mentioning about National Assembly. We took this struggle there. And by way of executive order, we've been assured, and very soon, that enforcement order will be granted. And I want to assure you that the enforcement we're talking about is not fault finding. It's putting everybody in the right place so that we can be more responsible. I appreciate each and everybody. I love you as a safety person. And of course, we as FOSHA, we are the best lover of human beings because we save lives. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. In taking over this mantle of office, this new administration, I want to use the opportunity to announce the new regional administrator in the name of Dr. Aliu. He has taken over from Dr. Walaka. As you can see, Dr. Walaka is because here, virtually, we actually spending out the problem and appreciation for multiple. Also, by next week, I also will be going to the United Nations in Geneva to also negotiate more this safety movement. I want to appreciate Engineer Shamsuddin Ofan. I want to appreciate him for his constant love and passion for the safety. Thank you very much. And for all that have been with me, and they're still with us, and they're still going to be with us, I say thank you for everything. Thank you for the love for humanity. May Almighty God, which is the number one safety person, safety being, safety spirit, safety omnipotent, and omniscience, will continue to be with us and guide us and keep us. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Before we step out, let's quickly hand over the mantle of leadership as the flag.
Oh, I want to call on
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Please put your hands together. Please keep clapping. This is a very remarkable event. Thank you. Congratulations to our new regional president, His Royal Highness, Dr. Ambassador Olusegun Aderemi. Like I said before, there's a lot of events, but I'm going to do something at this point because I've gotten some prompts from some of us that are here. We are having an award session, and that would be the first official assignment by our regional president. And coincidentally, he's going to be giving this award for those agencies and organizations that participated and contributed to the National Safety Advocacy Project that ran from 2021 to 2023. And it's a good thing that he is the current president, as was the former president that started this project. So, Kabiyesi, I'll need to call you out to give this award to those agencies that took this dream of yours and ran with it. And we got these marvelous results that we have gotten today. In no order, if I call your agency, please come forward and take the award. Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS. Any representative from FIRS here? If they are not, I will call another agency. Are they here? Please put hands together for them as they come. National Board for Technical Education, NBT. Okay, after this NBT, you're next.
Nigeria region, we appreciate you for working with us. We appreciate you for all the commitments. To say thank you. Yes.
Representative of the Nigerian Navy here, Nigerian Navy.
On behalf of FOSHA Association, we want to say a very big thank you to the board, National Board for Technical Education, NBTE. They've done wonderfully well. It was during one of our workshops that we started it, and the prof took it up. And up to now, we are still collaborating. And I know very well, this collaboration will lead to the best. Thank you. My sincere regards to the prof.
Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation.
On behalf of OSH Association Nigeria Region, we want to present this award to the Office of the
NOSDRA,
Head of Service of the Federation, for the passion and the love for safety. We say thank you very much. This is my sister. It's really taking this hush business very serious. God will continue to guide and protect it. Thank you.
NCAA.
On behalf of FOSHA Association, we present you this award. Thank you for the collaboration. We appreciate it.
FCT Water Board.
Civil aviation. Thank you very, very much. Safety starts on the air as well, not only on ground. Thank you, Engineer Shamsi. And say hello to the director.
Water Board, FCT Water Board.
Thank you. On behalf of FOSHA Association, Nigerian region, we want to appreciate you for all you do. We say thank you. God bless you.
FOSHA Association UK Nigerian region, Abia State chapter. Abia State chapter. Any representative from Abia State chapter? I think the Abia State chapter is represented. The chapter chairman, please put hands together for Abia State chapter chairman, FOSHA UK, please.
Thank you. On behalf of your lovely association from the regional office here, we want to appreciate you for your efforts. And we're doing this to encourage you to do more and for other states to do more as well. Prof. Thank you.
The last but not the least, FOSHA Association UK Nigerian region, Rivers State chapter.
We actually have flagship states as far as this association is concerned. And this River State happened to be one of the flagship states. They've been doing a lot. The only thing they've not done is that they've not taken us to the office of their former governor. It needs a lot of safety professionals like us to work with him. Please do that before you go back to River State. On behalf of FOSHA Association Nigeria region, from the regional office here, we want to show our appreciation for what you've been doing and what you're going to do with your new tax now. Congratulations. Oh. Dr. Chris spoke very well about the projects that we inaugurated during the last tenure, from the beginning of the last tenure, and how the project has propelled us progressively. We want to continue with that same project. And on that note, I want to reappoint Professor Mogaji as the chairman of the project called NSAP, which was unveiled by the former Minister of Health.
Can you put your hands together, please? This is very, very crucial and critical.
I've been made to understand that this project that we use to test the water has produced so many things. And I didn't even realize it, not until Dr. Chris was mentioning so many things about it. And I want to say thank you. I appreciate it. It is not by our power. I know it's Almighty God that did this for us. So on that note, we want to continue that project again for this second tenure. And in addition to the chairman, which has been doing so well on it, I want to bring in another wonderful person, Alhaji Abdullahi Umar. Alhaji Abdullahi Umar happens to be a retired GM from Total, Nigeria. He has worked so well with Total from their head office in France. right to Nigeria here. And the fact that he worked passionately when he was with Total Nigeria, they have not left him. When they are in critical situations in Nigeria, they still call on him. They pay for his ticket and tell him to come to Paris. Anytime you hear Total calling Alhaji in Paris, you know there's an issue. And Alhaji has been so wonderful. We didn't know from Adam, but we met in Total. He was a management staff of Total. I was a partner to Total. And as responsible people, we recognize each other and we glue together. As I speak, if Alhaji wants to go to my kingdom and I'm not in the kingdom, all he needs to do is to call me and he has his people there. I'll tell them, he has a room in my kingdom. Alhaji is from Kano and he has networked to Ekiti State. When he's tired of the north, he goes to Ekiti to go and rest and come back. I don't need to be in the kingdom. He's talking about pounded yam, his favorite food. So Alhaji is so good, and Alhaji has done so much. And we've risen in so many areas. We've advised in so many areas, both locally and internationally. Alhaji, I want you to use that your vast experience to work with this, our wonderful Professor Mongaji, on this project. Professor Mongaji, I hand over Alhaji to you. So, yes. So, brief me very well on this so that you can work. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Head of Civil Service. Head of Civil Service.
Thank you very much, Kabiesi. Thank you. That was your first official assignment and it was very fruitful. Please put hands together for our current regional president, FOSHA UK Nigerian region. We want to take an appreciation speech from the permanent secretary, head of service of the Federation, humbly represented by the director of the OSH department, head of service of the Federation. Please put your hands together for her.
Thank you, everyone, and we really appreciate your commitment to the time. Well, because of the time, I'm just quickly going to read the message sent by Alhaji Mahmoud Adam Kambari, Permanent Secretary, Service Welfare Office, during the presentation of Safety Commitment Award held at the Raw Materials Research and Development Commission on the 30th November 2023. He said, it's an honor to be at this 13th International Safety Conference and Awards 2023. And on behalf of the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, we truly appreciate the management of the OSH Association Nigeria region and also the National Safety Advocacy Project Committee for recognizing the significance of the Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation and the role that it has played in domesticating the National OSH Policy Framework by the issuance of a circular in 2022, July 6th specifically, for the establishment of operational safety and health desk officers in all ministry departments and agencies across the country. We have also embarked on training of OSH desk officers nominated by their MDAs to equip them with requisite knowledge to discharge their responsibility of coordinating the implementation of OSH activities across MDAs. Furthermore, we could not have achieved this in isolation. If not, and I want to emphasize this particular statement, if not for the shared duty and collaboration of our stakeholders, especially OSHA UK Nigeria region. It is a testimony to the collective effort of our staff at the Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation in promoting a safer and healthier workplace. It will be of interest to you that OSHA UK came to the Head of Service Office a few years ago to train the office free. But when I took over as a director last year, we also collaborated and we train 30 staff to supervisors level. And now these particular officers, they have their certification from the UK and they are able to practice wherever they are. Some of you that are seated here, you are aware that a new circular for posting came out last year. And some of them that are posted say, man, we have been trained. What will not happen to us? Don't worry. When you get to where you are going, continue the safety journey. This is civil service. And finally, we want to say thank you for recognizing the importance of prioritizing health and safety of civil servants. We are committed to continue our shared mission for a secure and safe working environment for all. With gratitude, we accept this prestigious award for the head of service of the Federation's office. It is not just a recognition of our efforts, but a celebration of our shared commitment to fostering an improved value proposition to civil servants. Together, let's persist in creating workplaces where everyone can thrive and everyone is safe from harm. Once again, on behalf of the Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation, we want to say thank you for this tremendous honor. God bless FOSHA. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for her. We appreciate the Secretary, Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation. Briefly, we want to take item number 13. Briefly, please. And that is the Honorary Doctoral Award by ESFAM Benin University. To take this section, I want to call on the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Dr. Femi Adeibe. We have about 4 awardees for today, but some are represented, and it is in the nature of the university to confer honorary doctoral awards on people that are present. So only one person will be conferred on today. I hope you all understand that. So just one person will be conferred on. Others are represented. We won't do that today. We only confer on the person that came physically. Thank you very much. And our awardee for today is Dr. Edna Taimi Toby. She's a Special Assistant on International Cooperation and Partnership, Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Edna Taimi Toby is a seasoned professional town planner with vast experience combining both theoretical and practical knowledge in sustainable urbanization and human settlement development. She meritoriously served for 35 years in the Federal Civil Service of Nigeria, retiring in December 2020 as a director. Urban sector multilateral programs from the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing. Having always had an inherent interest and engagement with urban issues, she has contributed immensely for the development and management of the urban sector in Nigeria. Over the course of her career, she coordinated international development programs of cooperation and partnerships between the federal government and bilateral and multilateral agencies and organizations, and acquired immense knowledge and understanding of the normative and operational mandates of local, national, and global agencies, with emphasis on how policies, plans, and agendas are formulated, negotiated, and implemented. Edna Taimi Toby's core values include discipline, loyalty, equity, and respect for the rule of law and diversity. She's a skilled policy expert, possesses visionary leadership, has excellent interpersonal and communication skills, and is proficient in information technology and social networking skills, and has clarity in oral and written expressions. Over the years, her working experience with national and international partners has enabled her to develop excellent governance, leadership and management skills, and vast experience in research, customer service, capacity building, training, and communication. She enjoys a happy and vibrant family life, and she's widely traveled. She loves cooking, reading, swimming, listening to classical and jazz music, and engaging in charity works. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Edna Taimi Toby for her honorary doctoral award.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Standing on the existing protocol, honorary FOSHA is the highest award of the university, and university is located in Benin Republic. I'm not supposed to be here alone, but because of the timing, we have so many events scattered in West Africa. I have to make this clip shortly yesterday. And I am here representing the university. By the power conferred on me as the DVC of the Anglophone section of the university and the representative of the university authority, I hereby conferred on you, Edna Demitobi, having been found worthy in character and impact with the approval of the University Senate, the highest university title for distinguished individuals, honorary doctorate in urban planning and sustainable development.
Yes, yes. Engineer is asking why they are not on market. Engineer is asking why they are not on market.
Sorry, I've just been informed that another awardee is here present. I'm so sorry about the mix-up. Engineer Omori Yare Osa is a fellow of Occupational Safety and Health Association UK. Please come forward, sir. After now, we'll go into fellowship investiture for our new fellows and other member inductees. After now, we'll go into inductions. Engineer Mario Iyariosa is the lead operations and maintenance in Shell SPDC. Iyariosa Mori is a highly accomplished engineer with a diverse educational background and extensive experience in managing process industry assets, particularly in pipeline-related jobs. He holds a PhD in petroleum and gas engineering and a BNG in mechanical engineering with a track record of excellence in his field. Iyario's educational journey began at Command Secondary School, Jos, where he developed a thirst for learning and has propelled him to success. With a strong understanding of pipeline operations, maintenance, and engineering standards, Iyare is a valuable asset in the industry. He combines technical expertise with a keen eye for project management, ensuring that projects are executed efficiently and cost-effectively. His commitment to safety is unwavering, and he has established himself as a safety leader, upholding ethical conduct and compliance with industry regulations. Iyare's interpersonal and interface management skills are exceptional, enabling him to build strong relationships and foster collaboration among teams. He is known for his ability to inspire others and create a harmonious working environment where innovation thrives. In addition to his professional achievements, Iyare has acquired several certifications and affiliations, including being a fellow of FOSHA Association UK, a member of the Council of Registered Engineers of Nigeria, an affiliate member of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, a member of the Society of Petroleum Engineers. These affiliations highlight his commitment to continuous learning and staying at the forefront of industry advancement. With expertise in pipeline repair, protection, inspection, maintenance, and HSE, safety is his top priority, as Iyare's unwavering commitment to creating a secure environment has earned him the reputation of a safety leader. His adherence to the shared code of conduct, coupled with an unwavering commitment to ethics and compliance makes him a role model for others to emulate. Yari is a well-rounded professional who consistently delivers excellence in his work. His achievements and skills make him a standout engineer in his field, poised to make a significant contribution to the industry. The registrar in this section of the university representing the founder, may I present to you our distinguished awardee, who upon the recommendation of the department and faculty have been found worthy by the university authority to be here today, honored with the university's highest title for individuals, Engineer Omoru Iyare Osa, to be honored with the honorary doctoral degree for in reliability, engineering, and maintenance. The registrar shall arise and say,
by the court conferred on me as the DVC of the university and representative of the university authority, I ever conferred on you, Engineer Omoru Iyare Osa. I will be found worthy in character and in part with the approval of the University Senate, the highest university title for distinguished individuals, honorary doctorate in reliability, engineering, and maintenance. Congratulations, sir.
while this is going on, all our fellow inductees, let's get their gowns so that they can start putting on their gowns. Harry, please coordinate all the new fellow inductees to start putting on their gowns. Thank you.
For you.
Very well, thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So now,
everything I'm working on that present, the technical program. Yes, we see. Thank you, sir. So sorry, sir. Please have you. Make it no longer possible. I would stop. Make some of you, one of you back because my account. I'm distracted. Yeah, but now so nobody's doing anything about it. I'm already distracted.
what's wrong?
I'm already distracted. And I don't like this.
Put their names. Put their names.
All the fellows. All existing fellows. All the new fellows. Let's come and drag them up. All the new fellows of the league. And you want
Intending fellows, please. Engineer Dr. Wadzani Samuel, Engineer Bolahan Olusegun, Dr. Nazin Inden, Dr. Aliyu Mohammed, Captain Ibrahim Bello, Captain Chris Ona, Bimbola Ayodele, Akinola Ajayi, Air Commodore Kambali, Abubakar Gachi, Engineer Okpa Christopher, Farida Sambo, Engineer Okoro Hygienus, Mary Eche, Engineer Godwin Palang, Godwin Hidado, George Samuel, Grace Morenike, Fola Shade, Obasoma, Engineer Olusegun Shomala, I hope I'm right, Wakil Adamu, Saruku Abubakar, Rabi Saudi, Rabi Mohammed Daku, Walaka God's Best, Chipama, and Dr. Edna They need to be.
Okay, someone that that's not the police in the car.
Mr. Justin, please, I need you here. Thank you. Justin, wherever you are, please, I need you here. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost coming to the end of this meeting. After this fellowship investigation, we'll have members' inductions and we'll bring this conference to a close. Thank you so much for your patience. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Harrison.
Can you send me a text? And send a text, letter from Justin is handling it.
Council of Fellow Chairman. Yes. Yes. Yes, President. So now this is
You know, I think it's better you remove it.
Yeah.
For now.
Occupational safety, occupational safety, health association is here for you. Occupational safety, occupational safety, health association is here for you. We are all the vanguard. We are the vanguard. We are all the vanguard, providing the world with safety. As our mission, we are all the vanguard. We are all the vanguard. We are all the vanguard, providing the world with safety as our mission. It is time to spread this consciousness. It is time to spread this consciousness that safety education is wealth. That safety education is life. That safety rules the world. Occupational safety. Occupational safety, health association is here for you. Our motto is promoting safety and saving lives. Our mission is creating proactive awareness and promoting OSHA globally. Our vision is to make OSHA an integral part of every sector in the world. Occupational safety, occupational safety, health association is here for you. Occupational safety, occupational safety, health association is here for you.
Akinola Ajayi. Akinola Ajayi. Next. Opara Christopher. Next. Opara Christopher. Next. Look for Godwin Vidalo. Look for Godwin Vidalo, please. Is it there? Yeah. Godwin Vidalo, please. Yes, Godwin Vidalo. Oh, we are giving Godwin. Thank God with that. Mary, ma. Sorry, ma. We'll call you now. Sorry, ma. And I'm Mary. Oh, sorry, ma. We'll call you now. Godwin Vidalo, please. Sorry. Who's on Mary? Please, Mary. Stop. Please check for Mary. Mary, Mary, let's check. Yeah. Abatan. Engineer Abatan. Next. Demi Toby. Edna. Yes, Edna is here, please. Edna is here, yes. Dr. Edna, yes. Opera Christopher. Is he here? Opera Christopher here. Not yet. Abimbola, is it Abimbola Ahmed? Abimbola Ahmed is here. Abimbola is here. Yes.
Administrator. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
This food is ready, your right and still very plenty. Those people that have gone, you add your own to your own. So please just be patient.
Take it off.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you. The next, we will be going into full members in
I will not.
Yes.
After this, our president will sit all full member, associate member, student member inductees. You will come forward to take your oath. Together for our president and for all our new fellows. Put hands together for yourselves. All our full member, associate member, student member inductees, all other category of inductees, please come forward for your oath taking. Other categories of inductees, please come forward for your oath taking. All other categories of inductees, thank you so much. You have waited till now. Come forward for your oath taking. Thank you, we appreciate you.
I should go and give them the silver. I should go and give them.
Yes.
All fellow inductees, you can come and take your pack. Take the pack for your packs. You are here, you can take them. All other inductees, please come forward for your oath taking. Thank you very much for your patience so far. Thank you for waiting till now. We're almost done. Thank you. So member inductees, we have the Tochukwu, Okosu Felix, Harrison, Ichwa Francis, Lasisi Okayemi, Oriyo SPV, Okechi Obonna, Okoyetunde Ayanya, Okoye Ken Perpetua, Maria Rosa, and Salami Solomon, Bashri Ethiopia, and Suleiman, Okopie Chidera, and Chukuno Sofa, Dr. Jory Atike, Oyaki Rescue, Jafar Bello, Mama. Abdul Samad Hassan, Egu Adeze Gloria. Are we all here? Please, where's Dr. Chris for the oath taking? Please fill in your name, sign, and put other details. I thought you please just take your oath form. Prudence Alabo. Harry, please join them. Where is Dr. Chris, please? Where is Ambassador Peace? Ambassador Peace. The Ogun State Chair Lady, Ambassador Peace. Please come and take this oath for us, ma'am. You can feel later, just 1 minute. Let's take the oath together. Okay. You repeat after me. You put your name. Hereby swear to abide by the following oath. That I commit to ensure qualitative health and safety supervision to the best of my abilities.
I commit to quality
as service to mankind and society.
Samuel was the number one. Okay, number one on that day. I didn't meeting you.
I will appreciate any other person that teach me and I continue to learn and new and better I will use the means that are made available responsibility and fight for their accessibility. I will be able to treat others respectfully and contribute to the knowledge and mental I will make sure that my attitude towards others shall not be by religious political opinion, social status, race, ethnicity, nationality, language, gender, sexual preference, age, human I will make sure that my attitude towards
But that is move this way. No, move this way. No, it's okay. It's after that.
Thank you. We are coming to the end of this meeting, but before we leave, I want to call on our regional administrator, Dr. Aliyu Mohammed Ibrahim, to give us a special remark on behalf of the brand new fellows, as well as a closing remark for today's event. Please let's take our seats as we take this closing remark. Thank you.
To me. I'm going to church now. Why?
Okay.
Going to bed now. It's funny, 10.
Glory be to God Almighty that brought us to the end of this occasion.
Oh, now, what do we do now? This morning. Oh, Jesus. I'm this morning. If I've gone to Abuja direct, I will not, there's no way I could have come.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is my, I have to express my appreciation for this event. And indeed, we were told that very much giving and much expected. And today, we signify that yes, we are not just here, but we are ambassadors. So therefore, I urge each and every fellow, each and every member to take safety seriously for making praise of our relationship arms, where we have to ease ourselves in times of what? Advocacy, in times of awareness, in times of training that we intend. And henceforth from today, all fellows, members, student members, corporate members, today that you have to be a kind of each and every one belong to a kind of what? A serious issue. And okay. You are today, you are also an official today, official. You have to take safety into your doors, into your neighbors, and where it will ease our time in terms of awareness if they come. And in terms of what administration is also easy. In terms of information sharing also is. And what we call some of personalization of ideas will become easy. So I think on behalf of fellows and other members, we have appreciated it. Thank you very much. And closing remark. Glory be to God, Almighty God,